Hey! Happy Easter, everybody! Welcome to another stream. Put my loudest Easter shirt on for you today, look. So, you know, hopefully that'll blow your mind. Gotta wear a shirt, Easter Sunday, haven't you? Really? So, who we got in? Bit of a rush again today. Been watching Chris's stream this morning. Got a bit waylaid, but caught up in the end. Well, I'm not caught up, really. I'm not caught up. And everybody in the Cruncher household, apart from me, has been asleep, including my lad, who's staying with us for the Easter, who, for some reason, went back to bed. I wonder why. We might better get him on later and find out who he is. Who is he? So, who we got in? We got Anthony in. Afternoon, Anthony. Rob Cross is there. Hi, Rob. Mac Vision's in. Happy Easter to you as well, mate. The west coast of Ireland. Wet and windy. It's lovely here. It's really hot, actually. I've got the windows open and all sorts here. Chris Amilky. Afternoon, Chris. And Rob Cross. Hell, Rob. A €200 super chat. Thank you very much, mate. So Rob said, Happy Easter. Hope you have a great Easter. He's mad at himself for destroying his hacker RP25. Now, what Rob didn't say is he's destroyed it by twiddling it. He's been inside it and done a bit of twiddling. If you do that, especially on FM, it's very, very difficult to get it back working as it should be. So good luck with that, Rob. Afternoon, Simon's World. Derek Teffman. Hi, Derek. How are you? Happy Easter to you as well, mate. Timothy Can. Hi, Timothy. Happy Easter to Daniel as well. Hi, Daniel. Alan Reed. Afternoon, Alan. You've been over my way. Started off in Bideford. Well, the Bideford's 20 minutes from me here, Alan. And my middle name, Beer. Beer is actually a lovely little fishing village down in South Devon. Lovely little place, that. So I'm sure you enjoyed it there, Alan. Did you go out in one of the boats? They got little boats that you can take off the beach there, which is quite an interesting little trip. Self-propelled. Radio abuse. Rob Tilleridge. Hi, Rob. Afternoon, Nick Petronics. We've got a lot coming in here. I'm still trying to catch up. Barry Charnley. Hi, Barry. Mr. Stream Elements is in. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Chris, all the gear, no idea. Good video this morning, Chris. Well, not video, live stream. You're getting the hang of it, Chris. You're getting the hang of it, mate. Les, afternoon to you, Les. Colin's in. Hi, Colin. Dave Tipton. Welcome, Dave. Good to have you on board, mate. I don't know what time it is down there in Oz, but it must be either very early or very late. Usually that's one of the two. And Aston's in as well. How you doing, Aston? Down there in sunny Plymouth. Well, it's sort of overcast today. As I say, my lad's down for the Easter, and we had a few drinks Friday night, and we had a few drinks last night. So he's a bit worse for wear today. He might come and join us later. You never know. But we were going to do a bit of astronomy last night because I've got one of these motorized, computerized telescope things. It's cheating a bit because basically what you do is you plug the thing in, level it all up, push a button, and it automatically sort of calibrates itself to the night sky. And then you've got a handset and you can actually put in the object that you want to have a look at, and it will turn itself to that object. So it's cheating a bit, but it takes a lot of the hassle out of astronomy, and we were going to do that last night, but we never got round to it. I'm just hoping tonight that this clears and it's a fairly clear night. If it does, then we'll have the telescope out later on the decking. Oh, it's 11 PM, David. Whoa. Yeah. Brownie points for staying up that late, Dave. So Derek's been watching you this week by the sound of it. Zapping AF-117s. That's something we do quite a lot here. Alan's saying beer's a lovely place. Didn't go out in the boats. Could see them from my room in a pub called the Anchor Inn. Anchor Inn, very nice. In fact, that's one of the best real ale pubs, Alan, in the area. I think they've been in the camera real ale guide for quite some time. Carther, good afternoon to you, Carther. So we've got I hope we can get through the rest of the stash of radios that Geoff has very kindly sent me. And there is an extra special one, which I'm not sure whether we'll talk about it today or not. We might do. We might do if Dave's going to stay around, but I know it's late for you over there, Dave. Phil Taylor, how you doing, mate? So I've got let me just sort my cameras out here a minute. I've got a couple radios on the bench. So this is a tiny bench. This is just a couple boxes I picked off the top. There's a lot more boxes down there. So if I can get my lad in a minute, maybe he'll be my glamorous assistant, and we can get more radios up here. But let's just do one of these one at a time. There really isn't anywhere in here to put anything. So let's have a look at the first box. If you didn't watch the stream last week, you're probably wondering what the hell's going on. But let me see if I can get myself in shot here. But Geoff met up with me week before last, and basically had virtually a car full of radios for me that he collected over the years, and all as a sort of result of watching my streams through lockdown. And he was a bit poorly and decided to collect a load of radios. Okay, so anybody got any ideas what that one is to start with? Any ideas what that one is to start with? No, there's a bit of a lag here. I don't think I've got it on. Yeah, Derek straight aim, Robert's R600. Yeah, you'll see that I restored one of these the other week, and that one is heading out to Chris. Chris has got dibs on that one, Chris Milky. So that's going to, is it Canada, Chris? I think, is it Canada or the US of A? I can't remember now. So as I say, most of these are really spares sets. Probably ones that have been robbed for bits and pieces. But they've always got useful parts left on them. I mean, there's no aerial in this one. And it looks like the bezel has gone from the little power supply jack. There's like a little chrome bezel sits in there normally where you can just see that button. It is the Roberts R600, close Daniel with a 606 MB. It could have been any number of Roberts radios if you just looked at it like that. It could have been loads of different ones, but as soon as you see the sort of top buttons, you get an idea what it is. As I say, got no aerial. So it's one of the later ones with the little rectangular badge on the left-hand side. And the other thing it hasn't got is a handle. But I think somewhere, I don't know where, I might have used it. I might have another handle. Because the other issue with it is there's lots missing from the grill there. If I could zoom in on the overhead camera here, if I can get it in focus, we can have a closer look. So yeah, can you see that the paintwork is disappearing off of the grill? I've got so much stuff in the way here, it's difficult to show it. But yeah, so you can see that the paintwork is, and one of the reasons this happens is because people clean them, especially if you use that foam cleaner. If you use the old foam cleaner like this stuff here, this stuff here will actually take the paint off of a Roberts, so be careful. It's brilliant stuff, foam cleaner, but it will remove the paint from a Roberts grill. Now, you can redo this. You need some very fine masking tape. Let me see if I can find it very quickly. There we go. I think it's... Ooh. yeah, so this stuff here, I think it might be 2mm or 3mm. In fact, this may be, yeah, that's probably the right stuff. Fairly tedious job, but can be done. So that grill certainly, although it looks pretty bad, it isn't a write-off. I've got the other Roberts here. So that's the grill. And so that was the tape. It's about 3mm, I think, and maybe 2mm. Oh, to get the calipers out, really, didn't I? But where's the calipers? Let's get them out. Let's just have a quick look what this is. I think it's 2mm anyway. Man Cave, Sean, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Have a good Easter yourself as well, mate. What are you up to? Anything? Test? 2mm Gerard, is it? Let's have a look then. Yeah, 2.05, so that is pretty much 2mm. A bit of error on the, if I squeeze it hard, it's 2mm. So yeah, 2mm tape. Buy the decent stuff for cars as well. You get a nice clean line then when you paint it back on. Right, let's have a look in the bottom of it then. Let's have a look. So we've got the old turntable. My chair is going down. Wait, can you see that? I'm going down. Whoa. Oh no, no. Oh dear. I'm getting gradually. It looks like a gas lift has gone on my chair. Let me just zoom myself back up again. That's better. Oh, I need to buy another lift. Right, let's have a look inside this, see what else we've got. So we've got our battery tab. As I say, no aerial, but we can probably sort out an aerial for that. Probably sort out an aerial for that, because I think the Chinese 10-section aerial fits these. Good to see you, Sean, mate. Anyway, I haven't seen you for ages, so welcome. Let's just have a look, see if I can find one of these Chinese aerials a minute. There's that one there. Yeah, that's one there. Yeah, so these are just, you can buy these on eBay. 10-section telescopic aerial, no joint on them, but I can't remember if 100% if they fit. Well, you might have to just do a little. No, they will fit actually. Yeah, it does fit. So there you are. Look. Obviously, you just need an M3 screw. And it's just connected with a little clip. I don't know if you can see that inside, but there's a little clip that goes on it. Whether we'll be able to get that on without taking it out the radio, I don't know. I think it's M3 on these. Let's just get an M3 screw from somewhere. M3 or M4? Looks bigger than M3, but I might be wrong. That's M4, okay. So just pop that in there for a minute. But will it work? This is the thing. This is the thing. It's highly unlikely. All my tools are downstairs, actually. Because I went to my other lad's place yesterday and was down there fixing up all sorts of things. So can I reach in here? Hands are sort of back to normal now. There we go. That's a little clip. So we have an aerial back on. I'll say it's not a perfect fit, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. Right, let's hook it up then and see what happens. So we all know that these have got the dreaded AF11, well, it's usually 115s and 116s in the module in these. So place your bets. Will she or won't she? 9 volts, current limited. VHF, we'll put the aerial up, give it a chance. So what do you think? Will she or won't she? Will she or won't she? .606 MB, yeah, it's a nice enough radio. These are nicer than the 606 MB though. These are a little bit more robust, I would say. They do sound a bit better than the 606 MB as well. So we've got some people think it's going to work. Yeah, they are nice, Chris. They are nice. This is a black one. They were available in black, red, blue, and that mustard colour. So there was quite a few different. So with Timothy saying no go. It's a no-go situation. It has got a module in it, yes. It has got the LP1171, is it? I can't remember which one's a 6.4 and which is a 7.1. I think this is a 7.1 in this one, which has got 3 F115s or 116s in it. So let me just line it up with, say, Classic FM. Here we go then. Ooh, that's drawing a lot of amps. Let me just cut the current limit down a bit on that. Yeah, that's drawing 200 milliamps, that is, and more. It's cut out on the current limit, so something is shorted in this radio. So Houston, we have a problem. What is shorted? Shall we get it out of the case and have a look? So yeah, something's definitely shorted, and that's shorted more than just transistors. And, can you remember the R600 from the other week? That had a short on the... That had a short on the resistors right next to the on-off switch. A really bad design. And I think this one may have the same. So let's get it apart, shall we? Shall we get it apart? Happy Easter to you, Andy. The other one did have a shorted cap. There's lots of problems with that red one, but it's now, I rebuilt the volume pot last week as well, so that's a cracking little radio now. Oh, hang on, I've got to go and get my screwdrivers. Hang on a sec. I've got a carrier bag with all my screwdrivers in, because I took them to my lad Chris's yesterday. I wonder if number 2 son is awake. Yeah, number 2 son's there. Look at him. With Coco and Maddie. Mummy's still asleep. Right. You're going to tell us all about Germany in a minute, Joe, aren't you? And all about what you do. You might come on and see us in a minute. You never know. Life in Germany. Lives in Berlin, I believe. Right, let me find some tools. Let me find some tools here. Everything's a bit of a mess here at the moment. I should have got this done yesterday, but You know what it's like. You didn't get back till tea time, and by the time you get everything unpacked, it's time to go to bed. Right, screwdrivers. Let's get it sorted. Let's have a look inside this little monkey. As I say, this is literally the first one I've picked, so there's only 2 screws that you need to undo for these, and obviously the aerial should slide out if I can get the screw out. Right, let's slide the little monster out and have a look. No. Why is it hanging up there then? What's stopping that coming out? Is it tangled up around there? There we are. So you'll all know that these are a bit of a rat's nest of a radio. Let me get some sort of order going here. Otherwise we're going to get lost. Right, let's have a quick look at the inners of him. Let's see if I can get you in to have a nosy. Thanks, Rob. Thank you. Afternoon, Prior. How are you, John? Right. This camera looks a bit bright today, but it might just be the... So if you can see those 2 resistors down there, these were the 2 last time that were shorting out. These 2 that are at 90 degrees to each other, these were shorting to the bottom terminal, but in this radio they're nowhere near it, so that's okay. Now the other issue was one of these was short circuit. Now it's strange, it looks like that one at some stage has been touched against the module there. So you can see the module, it's a 1171 Mullard module. So this is the thing that holds the AF115 116 loveliness. Just wondering if I can hook it back up again with it out of the case, and we can have a poke around, see if I can find where this short is. So if I just short my leads out and we'll set the current to say 40 milliamps. So you can hear a pop in the amplifier. Just zoom back out a little bit, so we're a bit close. Okay, let's have a look. So that was a little bit shorted. So it's certainly cut down on the current limit. I mean, it's got 0.4 of a volt on it at the moment. What is shorted then? Just seeing if something's touching anywhere. Oh. Okay. A little bit of something happening there, but that's cleared now. Okay, it seems to be something to do with the FM module, which is this one. So if I move that about, it's not going to do it now, is it? Spanky, how you doing, mate? Watching at the bench, watching on the laptop and not signed in. Oh, yeah, see, there's definitely something going on there. Let's just flip it over. Let's stick you on the main camera actually, because it's a bit awkward from that angle, isn't it? Let's move it over. Let's have a look at this side. See what's happening. Let's get me goggles on. Let's get me eyes on. You can't really see there, can you? It probably is easier to see on the overhead camera. Let's go on that one for you. So let's find a plastic poker. And I want to have a poke around this FM module here, because we have got that wire appears to be touching. So that wire was definitely touching, and it shouldn't have been. That wire there was touching the pulley. Everything's touching on this thing. How are we doing now? We've still got a short. Where is it? Where are you, Mr. Short? Something in here. The trouble is, as you can see, this is like a rat's nest of wire in this thing. I mean, it ain't great. Could be anywhere. Go to bed. Yeah. Thanks for joining us today, Dave. Good to have you on board, mate. Night. Good night. Let's have a poke around up here. Okay, so we've got dodgy headphone socket. Looks like someone's been in that one. What's down here? Okay, that doesn't look quite right there. Definitely something going on there with the headphone socket. Yeah, don't forget to check out Dave Tipton's channel. One of the best restorers on YouTube by quite a long shot. Why are this headphones socket shorted up? This green wire doesn't look right here. I don't know if that's in the right place, you know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that green wire is in the right place, because that's directly on the if you can see that or not, but this green wire see this green wire, this is coming off the power supply on the back, and that is connected to the output transistor. I mean, I might be wrong, but that just doesn't look right. So that's the link that you remove. The black wire is the link you remove to set the quiescent current up. But this green wire is connected to it. So I'm going to need to go and get another chassis a minute and just have a look at that. Let me just turn it off a minute. If I can find the right one. Let me just turn that off a minute. GT Geoff, there he is. How you doing, Geoff? This is the R600, Geoff. It seems to have a short circuit on it. So I don't know if you can shed any light. Well, I've got another one here, look. What's this one? This is an older one. I'm sure I've got one that's got the chassis out of it somewhere. Let me go and see if I can find one a minute. My lad's taken over the spare room, which is my radio storage. It is quite rather warm today. It's rather warm today. Okay, we've got R600 there. Oh, that's my Frankenstein's R600. That's probably not a good example to use because that's been heavily modified. Don't really want to take the red one apart again because that's all ready to go. Just got to get it boxed up and weighed and then it'll be off to Chris. Let's find out. I must have another one here somewhere. I've got these coming at me ears, R600s. Just want one. So I have got one of the older ones there right on my on the side of my bench, but the wiring is slightly different between the older ones with the badge in the middle and the newer ones with the rectangular badge in the corner. What's that? No, that's different again. So we might have to pop this one apart then, just have a quick look. Just to see what the wiring's... You can't do that one because it's related to the power lead on the back. I'm just wondering if we need a newer R600 with the power socket on it. I don't want to take that red one apart, really. Dies after 5 seconds. Yeah, it's got a short, this one, Geoff. You've got a Roberts 9906. It's got you completely baffled. I did a video on one of those. I think it was a 9906. Timothy, is that the one with shortwave and that on it, or is that the one with sort of like a beveled face on it? I'm not 100% sure. I need to find another R600. Where am I going to find one? I could go up in the loft. I've definitely got one up in there. Got stacks of them up there, but I thought I had one to hand. Let me go hunting a minute. There might be another one here to hand. It is quite a common radio to go wrong. Aha, yes, I have got one. I have got one. Right. I knew I had another one knocking about somewhere. And this is pretty much a spares radio. It's a yellow one. Mustard, as they call it. I can't remember where I got this one now, but it's not great. It is a spares radio. It's got the little bezel missing again, which is the bit that we're going to want. And it's got a little packet inside with the dial cord, the battery bracket. Yeah, this one's... I can't remember if we've looked at this one before. Looks like a chassis is already out. Even better. Oh, hello. No short of just medium wave, long wave and FM. Yeah, I've done a couple of videos on those, I think, Timothy. And I'm trying to think what the fault was now. It took a bit of finding because Derek sent me two. Let's have a look then. Have I got the wiring on this one? Yes, I have. Okay, yeah, that green wire definitely is not connected there. So on this one, so we may have found the short issue. So let me see if I can get the camera in. Okay. So if we look at this, just get me pointery thing a minute. You see this green wire here? See, it joins in. It doesn't join to the red wire, but it's joining to the board up in underneath here. Let's get the light in a bit. It's difficult to see because this headphone socket's in the way, but it's joining the collector of the final output transistor. If you look at this one, here, we have no green wire. The green wire goes to here. Which is this track here. Think. See that? So that goes over to the other side of the board and joins straight onto the on-off switch. Where are we? Here. Yeah, so that joins the on-off switch. You can't quite see it there because it's tucked in underneath. Difficult to get you an angle there, but I was saying that. No, this one's got that wire as well. See? Hang on. No, it's not. No. Right. No, this is even more intriguing now. Let's get the other camera back on. This is the speaker wire, and that's disconnected on this one. I'm gonna have to yeah, it's a pain because the speaker wire is disconnected on this one. I'm not sure where it goes. Obviously the orange connects to one speaker wire and the other speaker wire comes down here. Well, we've got one speaker wire. So this is the speaker wire, this green and red. It's a totally different wire altogether. I'll get you in a bit closer. That's right. Yeah, well done, Derek. There you are, Timothy. It was the dry joint on the crystal. Reflowed the crystal and it worked fine. So if you go back to my live streams, must have been a good year ago now. You should find it there. Okay, so that's that one. I need to find some R606 pictures because this isn't great. Fat Tony! How you doing, Tony? I'm back. I'm on camera again now. Let me see if I can find my photos. I'll tell you what, it is warm in here. Now in my albums I've got various R600 repairs. I wonder if I got a picture of that particular corner though. Comms R600, let's have a look at that one. That's another yellow one. Ah, here we go. Headphone socket. Yeah, it's a mystery because that's a red wire, an orange wire, and just the collector on the bottom one. So the collector is the input to the headphone socket. Then we've got red and orange. That green one shouldn't be there. I think this is our problem. Yeah, if I show you my screen there a minute, look. So this is a yellow one, and there's our connection. So we've got the orange wire, we've got the red wire, we've just got this wire which is connected down to the collector of the output transistor. So we've only got 3 connections to this, and this radio's got 4 connections to it. So that green wire is in the wrong place. So where is that green wire connected on this radio then? It's connected down to there. So let's have a look back at these 2 radios then. So it's definitely that green wire that is out of place. So if we look at this one, unfortunately we've got white wires here, but one of the white wires goes to the to that terminal there basically. So it should be wired with that. I've just got this wired in so as it works. It bypasses the headphone socket basically. So that would normally be sat there, and the orange one would be sat on top. You notice that the other white wire comes down and joins the board just here. So that's where our green wire should be. If we look at this radio, our green wire is sat up here, and there's only the black wire connected to here. You can't quite see that. Yeah, so you see there's only the black wire connected to that and nothing else. So that green wire needs to come off of there and go down to there. Let's try that. Let's try that. Have we got to the bottom of the mystery, so to speak? Afternoon, Multi. Thanks for subscribing, Anthony R. Good to have you on board, mate. And thank you for Mr. Streamlabs for telling me. How's Tony today, anyway? Good to see you, Tony. The beer situation's a bit slow today, isn't it? But we'll get that sorted in a minute. So what I want to do is let's just pop the power off a minute and disconnect that green wire from in there. And I'm going to move it back to down here where I think it should be. Right, okay, so we found something. I've rectified it. Will it work now? Will it work now, do you think? What's the odds? So let's get that one down out of the way a minute. Let's change cameras. So what do you think? Will he or won't he? Have we got the short gone? While you're deciding that, I'm going to get the Sunday drink out. And we might as well go straight in with a bit of the bishop's finger. Like, we've got to love a bit of the finger on a Sunday. Especially on an Easter Sunday. It'd be wrong not to have the bishop in on Easter Sunday, wouldn't it, really? Jill said not a chance. But have we... The Streamlabs didn't tell me about Rob Cross, Anthony. No, that's because Rob put a super chat in, and Stream Elements picks up on the PayPal tips rather than the super chats there, Anthony. It won't work, Sean says. Right, so let's get the finger in me a minute, and if I can find my opener. I've got two openers here, and I can't see them. Can't see either of them today, which is because I've got so much stuff out here. I need a really good cleanup on this desk. It's really getting quite bad now. What have I done with that then? What have I done with that? What have I done with that? That's like one of the most important tools on the bench, is the Wera bottle opener. But oh, here we go. We got another one here. So this is the one from this the last Wera advent calendar. So we'll use that one today, because I don't know where the other one's gone. As soon as I put this one down, I'll see the other one, I suspect. But it's probably going to walk about on the floor somewhere. I think I've cleared the short, I hope. I think that's a short, because that's basically the speaker. It was connected. It was connected into the headphone socket, so one side should be to the headphone socket, the other side should be ground, but they were both connected to the headphone socket. Oh, I poured that badly in my look at that. It's more like an ice cream than a drink. So cheers, everybody. Your brother had it, did he? Ah, I bet it's over on the other table then. Anthony, you are very observant, and yes, you are absolutely right. It's over on the other table. So cheers, everybody. Happy Easter. Nice drop of the bishop's finger. Right, here we go then. Let's see. Have we still got our short? No, we haven't. Oh, yes, we have. Oh, hello. Bizarre, we've still got the short. Well. Let me just try one other thing. Let's pull this headphone socket out of the equation. And let me have a think here. The switch is in this. I'm just trying to think. That shouldn't be a problem unless that's short into that. Let me just try this then. I'm just going to connect those together there. So basically bypassing the switch, but that shouldn't be a problem, but you never know. No, still got a short. We have still got a short. Where is it? So I've now got the headphone socket totally bypassed. Have we got some sort of short in here, maybe? Surely that's not wired up wrong, is it? It's a mystery. I've got a think there. So we've got, that's going to be our ground. It's center pin positive, so No, that's not going to be causing the ground. Okay, well the short is worse on FM, which points to the FM module being a problem, but have we got a short in the FM module? It's a mystery, everybody. You said summer's coming, you need to have your shorts on. I tell you what, you need something. 'Cause it's getting warm in here. The short appears to be in this FM module somewhere. Or is it this switch? Well, it's a bit of a mystery at the moment here. It's a bit of a mystery. See, the problem with these FM modules is they're very difficult to take apart. Basically got to take the whole tuning mechanism out. There's not really an awful lot inside them. Something somewhere. Appears to be causing us an issue. So we'll give the module a tap, just in case it is still our beloved module. Let's give that a tippity tap tap. A wacky whack whack. Get the shorts on. No. Tapping the module is absolutely making no difference at all to this. Still in on current limit. Let me just pop the current up a little bit. No, 90 milliamps. No, let's drop that back down to 40 milliamps. I don't want to do any harm at 40 milliamps, but let's just check. Just something. Something here is. Something here somewhere is causing an issue. Let's just pop the output transistor off, just in case. It's the very last one I grab hold of, isn't it? Yeah. Just pop that off in case that's got a short there. Ah. That sounded okay, so it definitely seems like we've got a short on the output transistor, because if I touch that to the case, it drops back to 4.4 of a volt. Take it off at 1.3 volts. So can I pop the current? No, still got a short somewhere. Seems to be something to do with that area. We're getting there. We're making progress. So that's got a short. Has that got a short as well? So we've definitely got tin whiskers on that connection. I think the amplifier is working because I can get a bit of noise if I touch it. But what is causing the short? Just giving the old modular tap. Nothing. That's strange because there's a bit of solder attached to this capacitor here. Now I think this is the one that was shorted last time. So let's turn the desoldering tool off and we'll investigate a bit. It's not really getting our stash of radios looked at, is it? Whew. It's getting a bit hot in here. Let's turn that power off. Let's catch up on the chat again a minute. Where are we going? So it won't work. I think I did say hello to you, Mr. Multi, didn't I? Check the battery wires, take out the cap across the supply. That's where we're going next, Tim. Derek's about on some shorts. Rolf's in. Afternoon, Rolf. How are you? C notes ran out of dialogue. C notes ran out of dialogue. Is that on my notes for today's stream, Derek? Do you mean? Tony? Did I do something silly? I don't think I can. That's all right. No. Oh, it might be, I've still got headphone stuff on there, am I? From Trev. Missed that. Not sure what you mean there, Tony. You'll have to enlighten me, mate. You'll have to enlighten me. Spares and repairs. It's going to need the module doing, definite. But it'd be nice to find out what's causing the short. Now we can have a poke around with a multimeter. Now I was using some quite cheap and not very nice leads for my Agilent meter up until last week, when I managed to actually get a new 1000-volt rated banana plug, shredded banana plug. We saw this is one of the CPC issue ones, but it meant I've been able to put my proper Agilent leads back on again. These are a lot more flexible than the other. They're a lot meatier. I'm a bit happier with these. So let me just see if I can get onto this cap a minute. It's I think it's across there. So I'm showing 1.7K across there, so it might be that this, is it there? It might be there. Let's try that again. Yeah, so I'm not showing a short there on that one. The other one is this one. I'm just trying to think where that goes now. It goes from there to there, I think. Let's try that one. Okay, that's showing a short. That's showing 0.4 of an ohm, which is this one here. Now I think that's a 680 microfarad one, isn't it? So have I still got all my notes out for the other R600, or have I very carefully put them away? Highly unlikely. Here we go. Right, so that is potentially C23. C23 is in the output. It's not the one across the line though, that's C24. So C24 is a smaller one in here, so let's try that one as well. C24, I believe, is got to be between there and there. So this is the one across the line, but then saying that, this is... So now we've got 200 ohms there. No, so the suspect one at the moment is that one there. 0.4 of an ohm. And that's without the leads nulled out. So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Rob, you're going to spend the afternoon fixing your radio? Yes. You're going to need to really get your head in the manual to fix that one, Rob. I can tell you that for a start, because you're never going to be very successful just twiddling that thing to try and get it back together. You really do need to fire up the signal generator, mate. Right. Oh, come on, I'll tell you what, these pads are like really bad. Is it going to come off and still leave me a pad? Come on. Yeah, I think so. Oh. So we've got the positive in the middle. Yeah, this one's not looking good. There's a lot of muck inside the PCB there, if I can get in. That could be just flux in there, but there's a lot of crud underneath that one. And this is a 680 microfarad. So stick that on the ESR meter and see what it says. So that's the next thing. Where's the ESR meter? What do we think then? Any guesstimates as to what our 680 microfarad capacitor is? Sounds very hollow for a capacitor, so it's dry as a bone. I think it's lost all its electrolyte. But is it shorted? I don't know. What do you think? 120? Dead short, Derek's saying. What's this stream elements thing? What it is, Tony, it's like an assistant moderator, and I can put little commands and messages in it. So it just takes a lot of the hassle away from looking after the stream, etc. So it's like a virtual assistant, Tony. And there's a little link on there that you can click on for tips. Takes you straight to PayPal. And if you want to contribute to the channel, you just follow the link and away you go. So cheers everybody, happy Easter. How are we doing here? So we got, Derek says 10 microfarads, 720 for Rolf, 120 for Anthony. It is a 680 this. Cartha thinks short. Robert thinks it's an open concert. Open air concert. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Rob. You mean open circuit. 800 for Gavin. How we doing? I'm ready to push it. Sean's going for 900. Whew. Bit of a loud shirt, this, isn't it? It's one of Mrs. Cruncher's specials. Straight from the wardrobe of Mrs. Cruncher. It's not her clothes, by the way. Just get that clear. I'm not wearing Mrs. Cruncher's clothes. Not today, anyway. Should we push a button? Are we all done? Let's push a button. Okay. It's high. It's gone high. It's 1016. But it's not short. Interesting. That's interesting. ESR3. Hello, Doug. How you doing, mate? Happy Easter, Doug. Okay, so we need to look further then. So taking that out, let's see if we've still got a short between those two then. And that is the emitter of the output transistor by the looks of it, and the connection to the headphone socket. Let me just check that other board again. Check the wiring on that. And that is correct. well, we're sort of getting somewhere. We know there's a short in this area. Let's see what it's looking like now with that capacitor actually out the question. Okay, well, with that capacitor out, we're not showing a short now. I wonder if it will run without that capacitor in it. Let's try it. Okay, so that, taking that capacitor out has cleared the short. But obviously we've got nothing. We've got no audio because we've taken C23 out. So what does C23 connects the collector? Okay. I've probably got this somewhere else, but if you look at the diagram there, the C23 is the one I've taken out, which is this one here. So with that out, we've got no audio, so that must be feeding that emitter. With negative 9 volts, less R21, so that's the power into the emitter there. So yeah, we do need that one in. With that one in, that's where we've got the short. So let me connect something else. Fancy some more purity? Remember, you cannot pour tribute into a purity glass. Yes. It is good stuff, Tony. I have done it. I've done all my purity. I promise not to use the purity glass for anything but purity then. I've not seen it for sale down here at all, Tony. Cheers, everybody. TR6. So let's get a 680 cap and pop in there a minute. And I tend to use these work really well. They fit in quite nicely and they're about the right size. These are Panasonic FCs. I've sort of a little bit lost track of where I am here, but you know, we'll get back on track in a minute, won't we? Derek, it's the DC filter for the output going to the speaker, so you won't get any output with it missing. No. Thanks, Derek. It definitely looks like it has leaked, but strange it's not showing as an issue on the ESR meter. So this will tell us whether this ESR meter tells porkies or not, doesn't it? Because if this cures it, then that meter was telling lies. What I didn't check was the well, because it was showing a decent ESR, wasn't it? So yeah, bit of a mystery that. All right, my wire cutters are in my bag here as well. I do need probably 2 toolkits really. I would need one for mobile use and one for home use. Right, so let me just check that again. So before we were getting, if you remember, before we were getting 0.4 of an ohm across that capacitor. Let's see what we're getting now. Just pop the power off just in case there's anything sat there. Okay, so we're now getting 200 odd ohms. So we were getting 0.4 of an ohm before. So has that cured it? Yes, it has. So our short is now gone. So what's that cap? That's bizarre. So we've got no IF, which is nothing new, is it? But we have got rid of our short. So what's that cap? We've got no audio anywhere. Well, I can hear a pop from the amplifier. Did I? Yeah, we do seem to have some issue with the output transistors. Have got a short, but not a lot of a short, not a dead short, enough to cause a upset when I touch it. You can see what I'm doing there. See the output transistors down there? So you see that copper heat sink? That's the output transistors. Now I've got that disconnected at the moment. Where's me plastic pokey thing? Pokey. Where is it? It was here a second ago. I was using it. It's amazing how stuff disappears on this bench, isn't it? Oh dear. Anyway, let's poke it with a pencil. Oh, it's not too... Yeah, there you go. No, it's not a short, but it's definitely affecting the audio. So one of those outputs has got a... That's just a graphite with a pencil connecting it, look. But yeah, we have got a short on one of those outputs. But we still have no audio, and I suspect that, well, it's got to be the module, isn't it, really, now? I think we've cured the short. Luigi, how are you? A local brew will send a top-up, Graham. Do you still have the glasses? I do have the glasses, Tony, definite. They are quite useful for sort of lagers, those glasses. They're just the right size to hold a sort of 3/4 pint bottle of lager. But I won't put any tribute in them. How's Luigi anyway? Hope you're all right, mate. So it sounds like we've got a bit of progress, but we've got... Woohoo! Wacky whack whack. He only sorted it.
What a cracking start to our afternoon together. Tchaikovsky.
There you go. What a cracking start to our afternoon together.
MC's Classic FM Hall of Fame. Johann Delenn and the Norrköping Symphony Orchestra playing us the first movement. But what that...
Sheridan left her with. Nola said his trial will be yours. I wonder whose trial.
You can't do that. Watch me.
It's the following day. Meadow Park. One thing you should understand about Lady Justice Horrobin.
Yeah. Stop performing very well.
Have to sing a tune. Play from the Simply again. Let that be official bingo partner of Britain's Got Talent. Come on, let's play it.
There's loads of noise wiping out medium wave. Let's turn that off. Turn that off.
2 minutes gone in the second half. Lukman put the business in front, cancelled out by Bruno Guimaraes, and obviously that's 4.
So medium wave's working, long wave. There we go. It's a worker.
I'll see you in court.
Brilliant.
And with that, Mary,
Hammer time.
Lady Justice Corrigan heads off to her day job. Once
Hi, Bob.
return to the house on the Wicklow Road.
There you go. So we had one dodgy capacitor, which I've sort of shoehorned in there. I've not done it particularly prettily, but the set is now working. So I'm going to call that a success. That is now a set that can be restored. So we've got two choices with that. We can either restore it or we can use it as a spare set. But nice little radio though, to be fair. Roberts R600s do sound very nice. They got a nice tone about them. They're made well. Well, I say they're made well. They're not made particularly well, are they? With the module in it and all that wiring. But the materials they've used are good. Then we'll put it that way. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, thanks everyone. So yeah, that's a great success. I didn't expect that to work. Well, I did, but I didn't know how far I'd have to go with it to get it to work. I think that's the key, wasn't it? So yeah. So what I think we'll do is we'll just pop the pieces back in a little baggie. I'll stick that aerial with it because that aerial will work fine. And then we've got a black R200. I'm cracking up here. I'm not thinking what I'm saying here really. We will have a black R600 that is good to go. Really, it just needs a bezel for the back. I'm not 100% sure how to get one of those because it's like a little silver piece. The only option I may have is if and when I can get my 3D printer back together, I can maybe 3D print one and spray it silver. Because that should be like a silver bezel in there. That's obviously missing. And it's not in this one. So yeah, the other one hasn't got it either. When I say the other one, I mean the yellow R600 hasn't got it either. So maybe that's a job for someone with a 3D printer. I have been contemplating buying another one, to be honest. I've been thinking about buying a resin printer. I don't know anybody's thoughts on that. The only problem at the moment is probably finances. I would have to sort of try and finance it. Maybe on a credit card or something, which I don't like doing, but that's about the only way. They're around about the £600 mark now, are they? Something like that. So there we are. That's just back together for now, and we're going to move on to the next box. And I've got about another 5 boxes yet, so we're still going great guns. Thanks again, Geoff, if you're still watching. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Oh, we need a handle for that one as well, don't we? Hopefully you enjoyed seeing that one working again. Right, next box then. Let's just pull that off because it's got Geoff's address on it. I'm sure Geoff doesn't want him want his address being published all over the internet. All the gear. Chris is the man to ask. Yeah, I don't know if Chris did ever get a resin printer. He's got a PLA printer, I know that. But if you're still watching, Chris, let us know if you did ever get a resin printer, because I know you were looking at them. Okay, well, this is very nice now. I think you'll be very, very pleased to see one of these. So let me see if we can guess what this is then a minute. Let me go in real close. Actually, let me just change cameras a minute. No. And just want to get this in shot. Right, we'll play Guess the Radio. We're going to play Guess the Radio. Answers on a postcard, please. Guess the radio time. Valdir, VP, how are you? Hi, Gerard. RP30. No, it's not an RP30. It is a hacker. What is it then? If it's that easy, Ralph, hit us with it. I want the model. I'm sure we can suss it's a hacker. So if I zoom out a little bit, you'll see the hacker badge coming into sight. Now that hacker badge should give you some sort of idea. Oh, Gerard. Close, Gerard. Very, very close. Where to buy Peak ESR? You can actually buy it direct from them, Valdir. You can go onto the Peak website. Whether they ship to you, I'm not sure exactly where you are, Valdir. Yes, Gerard. Gerard's got it. It is the RP37A. Let's zoom out. You can tell straight away by the dial plate it's a 37A. Oh, spilling beer on my nice shirt. Mrs. Cruncher won't be happy. So let's see if we can help Valdir out a minute. Let's go to Peak Electronics. So here you go, Valdir. It's peakelec.co.uk. So let's copy and paste that in there for you. So what we want is the ESR 70 there. This is what I use. Slightly different faceplate on it, but it's exactly the same meter. It's the ESR 70, 84 quid. You can choose to have a certificate of calibration with it if you want to be that accurate, but the stuff we do, you don't need that. I don't know if they ship. Let's have a look. So they've got any shipping costs. Let's have a look. Okay, so they do ship to the rest of the world there. Look, Valdir. I'm not sure where you are, but there you go. So hopefully that's sorted you out. I sorted you out. It is the VHF Herald, which is the RP37A. It's FM only. Only goes up to 102, I believe. But these are very nice sets, and they came very high up in the witch. I was going to say the witch trials, the witch reviews or tests. I can't remember what they call it now, but the Witch magazine did a test on these back in the sort of 70s, 80s, and they did come out very, very highly recommended. I think the only one that beat it was the. And we mentioned this radio the other week when someone was talking about it. TP41. Trying to think of the manufacturer now, but that one pretty much came out on top. But this one came a close second. So it's FM only, so there's no swivel base on these. Just the feet. And unfortunately, we've got a poorly aerial. So the aerial sellotaped to the handle. It has got the shims in it, so we might be able to resurrect it, but now I think it's been broken, that aerial. So the aerial's a bit of a write-off. You just see the stub of the aerial in there. Just see the part of the aerial, but it has got separate bass and treble. It's a 37A. They did do a 37, but I think the 37 did use AF-117s in the module on the board, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Or no, maybe they used a different front end. Mike! Hello, mate. I didn't see you pop in there. Just lost out on 6.5 grand. Bloody hell. 3 winners and the 4th came second, but you still get back 645. 4th makes all the difference. You are the man for horse racing, Mike, aren't you? Madness. Well done, mate. And thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much. And super chats do stand up on the top of the screen for large. I mean, Rob Cross's €200 is still up there. So thank you very much. Thanks, Geoff. Good to see it work. How can you put it? Pants. Rippling leatherette. Perform well. Cases the pants part. These can be restuffed. We can rebuild the leatherette in these, Tony. I'm sure you've seen my videos, but these aren't too bad, are they? Yeah, no, these are the ones that are a bit of a pain. The older RP30 and RP18s are easier to do than these. The problem with these is this white plastic trim around the edge. That's a devil to come off and to get back on straight. And the back is quite tight on this, although all the padding's gone. That's gone really tight where it's been in the sun. Baggier the better for repadding, I can tell you. Baggier the better. So if it's baggy like that, the foam will fit it out quite nicely. If it's really taut like this, then you know, you've really got to re-stretch it all, and it's a bit of a devil. It's got a bit of bagginess on it there, look, but certainly can be refoamed, that, Tony. I wouldn't say easily, but it can be done. We have got the silver bits. These are very often missing. These are well on there actually, so they're not going anywhere. So looking in the back, it's basically a Sovereign 2, but without the AM section, without the AM/IF section in here. That's totally gone. And there's quite a few different little things on it. So we've got this weird little tag strip with some components on here, so the camera's blowing out a bit. It might be that. It's probably that grill there. It's making it dark. There we go. FM front end, FM/IF, and down the bottom here is the amplifier. So that's full of Dallies. Is it Dallies, these ones? Or are they... I think they're Dallies, those blue ones. I'm not 100% sure. I can't see a marking on them. So what do we think to this one then? Will this work or won't this one work? Will she or won't she? Happy Easter to you as well, Mike. Will he or won't he? Let's bump this up to 18 volts then. So place your bets now, yes or no. So we need to connect that one to the black wire. We need to connect that one to the red wire. Sounds like Maddie's going out for a walk. She's crazy, that dog. Mrs. Cruncher always calls her my dog because she's so mental. So everybody seems to think that it's going to work now. Crackly volume, Rolf thinks. Rolf's put a bit of a twist on it there. Luigi saying, of course it will, it's a hacker. You know, you are right. It is, the build quality is far, far better than the Roberts radios. And the use of the speakers, separate amplifier, it's really, really well engineered, the hackers. You know, the only defence really I can put in Roberts' court is they did stand the test of time. They are still going, so you really can't knock them because they are one of the only remaining ones from back in the day. You got two. Shall we go for it then? I mean, this needs a bit of work. There's a bit of scratching on the dial plate there. We need another aerial. So we'll have a look at an aerial in a minute, see if we can fix one of those Chinese ones in. So what are we on? Let's go with 100 megs then, which is classic FM. So we've got interstation muting and AFC on this one, on the top. These are great radios. If you want just a radio to listen to FM, you can't really beat this. These are really, really good. So, here we go. So, bearing in mind I've got no aerial connected, let's clip a lead on here to extend the aerial up a bit. Let's get the aerial. Whoa, is all I can say. Holy smoke. Derek, thank you very much, mate.
Capacity, status and credit check.
So if anyone doesn't know what the interstation muting does, if you listen to this now, can you hear that hash in between stations? If you push this, it totally removes all the hash in between stations. It does sort of desensitize it a little bit. In other words, it'll only pick up the stronger stations. But if we tune through, we should still be able to pick up stations when we hit one. Unless it's been over. Yeah, okay. So it's been turned too much. So there's a little tiny thumb wheel on these normally. Yeah, there it is in the back. So if I turn that, which way is it? No, not that way. So it just kicks in. So now there's nothing in between the stations.
Manage stress and anxiety.
But when you land on one, it makes a much better listening experience if you're tuning around the band.
No. Then you know what you have to.
So still a little bit. So we can tune that out. Let's just move it a little bit.
That it may be a time of dialogue, healing, and
listen to that radio,
the
though.
bonds of friendship around the world. God of creation, in love you brought this world into being, and in mercy you called it to new life in your Son. Bless Christians throughout the world as we...
So listen to the tone on that. That is absolutely phenomenal. What a cracking radio that is. So there you are, and if you want to see what I was twiddling in the back of it, let's just turn you around. So the little control for altering the interstation muting is, can you see that little thumb wheel there? It's actually written on it as well. I can get the camera to, there you go. So there's a little tiny plastic thumb wheel just here that you move to alter the interstation muting. It does tell you in the manual how to set it up, but I've done quite a few. The speaker, I think it's a Celestion, this one, Mike. It's not written on it, but it does, yes, it is a Celestion. You can just about see it on the, if you can see it in there or not. It's difficult to read it, but you can see it's got Celestion written on the little piece there. So yeah, if you want a recommendation for a really good sounding FM only radio, this has got to be it. And as I say, Which magazine did a review of all of the radios back in the day, and this one came second only to the TP41, and I've really forgotten what the brand was now. So this one is restorable. The grill on it is very, very good. It's a bit dull because it needs a bit of metal polish. Aerial, we can't do a lot about the aerial. The handle, can you see that the handle, so the leatherette's gone very hard, but that's not a problem. That just needs soaking overnight in some warm water. That'll release it, and we should be able to get that back with a bit of boot polish. Take the paper off the back of it and then stick it back on with some double-sided tape. Aerial, we're going to need to find another one of our lovely Chinese aerials, because these you cannot get. I mean, it'd be nice to re-establish this Hacker end cap on the radio, because that does finish it off. It's fairly unique shape to this particular era of radios. I don't know if that one is screwed on or not. Let's see if we can get the tip off. I wonder if we could get that onto another. It's not coming off. We would need a bit of heat, I think, to get that off. It's difficult to get them off without scratching them, really, because you do need something that'll grip it. So that's thank you, Tony. Cheers, mate. Jess, how you doing, mate? Happy Easter to you. Tandberg, that's it, Timothy. Tandberg, and Mike said it as well. Tandberg TP41, I think, was the only radio that beat this one. And if you look on that popular auction site, the difference in price between one of these and a Tandberg TP41, got to be this one all day long. A Tandberg TP41 will set you back an arm and a leg, whereas if you're lucky, you might be able to pick one of these up in sort of this sort of condition for, say, 40 quid. Tandberg is going to cost you probably a couple £100, so, you know. So there we are. That's a cracker. So I say, it needs repadding, needs an aerial. It'll need the capacitors doing on the amplifier board, although it is working. And there's not a lot of caps on this main board. There's probably about 3 or 4 on there. But there's a grey one down there, which is particularly nasty. They're not great. That would certainly improve things by changing it. And there's a couple black ones in there as well, which I don't recognise. Same manufacturer as the grey ones, I think, are just a different value, 2 microfarads. So there's only 4 or 5 caps in it on the FM board. There's nothing on the front end. So it's literally recap, the amplifier, 4 caps on this, clean up, refoam, replacement aerial, and you've got yourself an absolutely cracking radio for FM. There you go, radio number 2. So I need to, I'm going to have to take this one back down because I haven't got room to bring anything else up house. Anything else up house? You off. Catch you later, Tony. Thanks for dropping in today, mate. So yeah, nice radio that. And I believe there's more of these in there. So, give me a second. I will go and get another one. Actually, what is that? Is that accessible? I've got this. This radio's come in for repair this week. This arrived, and I've never done one of these before. Very interesting old radio. I fancied having a go at one, but never actually had one here to have a go at. But with that then, for all you world band radio fans. Let me just grab that box then, and I'll go and grab another radio. Give me something to look at while I'm swapping. Looks like Mrs. Cruncher's gone out with the doggies. I think she's taken Joe with her. Number 2 son, unless he's still here lurking. Oh, he's there lurking. You're lurking, boy, is he?
Lurking.
Are you recovered now?
I am feeling a lot better, yeah.
He had to go for a sleep, bless. Oh, I don't know. Right, what else have we got then? What's in this? Oh, okay, right. Let's have this up then. Let's grab the next one. dear. So, anybody know what this is? You can probably see it. You may or may not be able to see it, but I think the effects of yesterday's session is a little bit with me still. It looks like my Radiocruncher tanker's had a bit of a whack as well. That's a shame. Milling chip 2, yes. This is the original ICF 2001 Sony. So this was the predecessor to the 2001D. There is a letter with this. I'm not going to start playing with this today, so that'll be another time, but let's just have a look. So this has come in from Paul down in Penryn in Cornwall. So Paul is saying it's dead using long wave 198 kilohertz, which is radio 4, so apparently it's dead. The power on and off switch is intermittent. That's this one here. Up being on. That's a proper clunker of a switch, so I'm not sure what we'll be able to do to that one. We might be able to take it apart. It might be something else in the radio. Volume slider is sometimes crackly. So again, that's going to be some deoxit, and I have now got, thanks to you guys, and especially I think I think it may have been Anthony that suggested it. So I've now got a can of deoxit fader F5. So that is specifically for this type of control. And apparently potentiometers, which apparently we shouldn't be using deoxit D5 in potentiometers, according to X-Ray Tony. But then Blue Go Electronics says you should be. So I'm still confused, but this is the stuff for faders and plastic carbon pots, that sort of thing. This is the stuff you need, and I paid £26 for that. It's only a little can. I mean, you compare it to a can of Servisola. I mean, it's not a big can. So, but it is supposed to be the business. Apparently you can get an optional flexi tip. So that's the stuff that we're going to need to spray in this to flush it out and hopefully lubricate and protect it. That should sort that anyway. So this was purchased brand new in 1982 from Wollongong, New South Wales. New South Wales? Where's that? New South Wales, Australia? I'm not sure now. So there you are. That's the verdict. So it's going to be leaky caps and flat flecks. Rob Cross is saying older version of 2001. Yes, it is. This is the original 2001. The newer one is the 2001D. Happy Easter to you, Thomas. Welcome, mate. So Milling Chip says he's got the radio, but the execute button is red on yours. It might have been on this one because it's got like a reddish tinge to it, but it looks like it's either been replaced or yeah, it definitely was red by the looks of it. So I think it's just been very, very well used. Let's see, we've got camera's blowing out there, but it says here SSB CW compensator. So I assume that's like a BFO. AM antenna adjustment. So it looks like this has got an ATU on it as well then. I mean, you can tell that this radio has been very well loved and very well used. I mean, look at the wear around the controls. You look at the wear around the on-off switch. You know, this has been very, very well used. But I think it does hold a lot of sentimental value for the owner. So it looks like we've got a computer battery in there. A couple Energizer AA's in there. They're pretty good Energizer. I would suggest you put lithiums in these though, as has been advised to me before. So that's gone to powder the foam in that. So I'm not even going to put my finger on that because it will just disintegrate. But I think the owner uses it on the external power. But I did notice the external power is not the one for this radio that he's been using. It might be okay. I'm not sure if it is or not, but it's a Spectra SP35. So anybody that's got one of these radios, have you got the power supply for it? And is it a Spectra SP35? I thought it was realistic actually, but no, it's a Spectra. This looks like a generic power supply with a reversible polarity. 4.5 volts. Well, 4.5,3 volts DC. Oh, I see. No, sorry. It's one of these ones that's got multiple outputs. Look. There we go. So it's got multiple outputs that you just select with a screw. I'm not keen on these, to be honest. Yeah, not keen because I find this very, very hit and miss as to what the voltage is. So shall we have a guess? Let's power this. No, I'm not going to power the radio up. I'm going to power this up. It's set at 4.5 volts. What do you think we're going to get out of the end plug then? So it's 4.5 volts. What do you think we're going to get out of the plug? I reckon more like 6, but I might be wrong. But I've never found these to be very accurate. So place your bets. It is linear. I don't think it's regulated though. Well, it can't be regulated, can it really? Well, I suppose it could be. So we're set on 4.5 volts. So it will basically, it does 12 volts, 9 volts, 6 volts, 4.5 volts and 3 volts at 300 milliamps. I'm not sure what the spec is on this, what it actually wants. It's not going to tell me on the side, is it? It just says 4.5 volts. Center pin negative, I think that is. I've gone and put the power supply through me blimmin'. Put it through me glasses here, look. So it needs a load to get to 4.5. You say 7 volts. Okay, so you are dead right there, Million Chip. Off load, it's going to be higher, isn't it? You can't really test that without taking the radio apart and then testing the connections inside. So let's have a look then. Center pin negative. It's actually not far off, look. So off load it's 5 volts. 5.05. So I'm just wondering, is there any way that we can test it? Let me have a think. Let me have a think. Have I got anything? No, I've got nothing that I can actually test the voltage without taking the back off the radio, which I don't want to do today. But yeah, it's not too bad that. 5 volts is not going to cause any problems. even if it stays at 5 volts, it's not going to be an issue. So whether that's man enough to run the radio, I don't know. Anyone got the spec on... anyone got the spec? I would have thought 300 millivolts wasn't quite enough for one of those, but I might be wrong. Put a 100 ohm resistor across it, Anthony. Let's quickly look up, I've got it done on my iPad because I downloaded the, let's see if we can get the service manual. So, okay, that's spec, nope. Life, power consumption. It's not going to tell us. It's telling us in watts by the looks of it. Should be able to zoom in a little bit. Power requirements, US Canadian. .5 watts AC. Now there's some maths that you can do with that, isn't it? P equals P over V times A, PVA, isn't it? So amps equals volts divided by watts, I think. I'm not going to do the maths on it. I can't do maths. It's against my nature. I reckon it's 9.5 watts. I don't know why these other ones use. Oh, it's because these are 60 hertz and this is a 50 hertz. So 9.5 watts. Anyone can do the maths and say what that is in milliamps? Yeah, it's all in watts. So 1.6 watts out the speaker. So it should be quite a nice sounding radio. Oh, there you are. You're going to make me do the maths on this. So, amps equals power divided by volts. So, what did we say it was? Right. Oh, that just to make it even more complicated, Doug. Oh no. Dear, oh dear. So we're none the wiser then. I think it was 9.5, wasn't it? So 9.5 divided by 4.5. So 2.1 or 0.2, I'm not sure. I think I've got to do something with the decimal points. I've got to turn the power into milliwatts, I think, to get the milliamps out. So it's 210 milliamps. 211 milliamps. Anybody? That's my my calculation, but that's in that's not right. I need to move the decimal point twice on that. So it's okay at 300 milliamps, isn't it then? But let's just get a proper Sony supply then, because I've got one of those here. I think whether this is the same for this model as the 2001. Let me just put my glass down. I'm walking around with my tankard there. I wonder if this is the same power supply then. So this is an actual Sony 4.5 volt supply. Is it the same one? What's the model number on this? Ac-122. Let me just have a quick look at that one. No, it's a slightly different one. This is for the 2000D. The one that they're quoting there is an Ac-122. So this one is rated at 600 milliamps. So 600 milliamps, this one. Still center pin negative. So it makes you wonder, I mean, yeah, the 2001D may well have a higher current consumption. Oh, there's a pretty goldfinch looking at me. Hello, Mr. Goldfinch. Literally right outside the window on my long wire. Goldfinches are lovely looking birds. Probably one of my favourite birds, a goldfinch. Really, really pretty. What was I doing? I was waylaid again, wasn't I? 2001D. Now, sure, I've got the manual here. Very handy for the 2001D, because I do tend to do a lot of those at the moment. So, consumption for the 2001D is... doesn't tell you. Interestingly enough, though, the power output of the 2001D is a lot less. That's interesting. So the power output of the power output of the 2001 is at 10% harmonic distortion is 1.2 watts basically, or 1200 milliwatts. The 2001D is only 380 milliwatts, so the older one is a much louder radio then. But it doesn't give us the power consumption. It just says it needs 4.5 volts, 3D size batteries, supplied AC power adapter for use on 120 volts. Yeah, I don't know if it's got any further spec on it. No, it hasn't. Yeah, so it looks like the 2001D, which is the latest, or the later version of it, superior. I think it was vastly improved, and this is like, these are probably one of the best shortwave radios for portable that you can buy, really, with airband as well if you get the right version. But they did improve quite a lot of things, lot more functionality, but strangely enough they've knocked the power consumption, well, the power output down. Whether that's to save battery life, I don't know, but yeah, they're interested in that. Interesting deviation. Anyway, I digress again. I do it every week, don't I? But there you are. Always interesting. Keeps it different, doesn't it? Gonna mix it up a bit. You did, yeah, that's what I got pretty much, Carther. 2 amps? Really? Can't be 2 amps supply, surely. I thought that was, so it's 2,100 milliamps, in which case that power supply is absolutely no good. Nine watts at 50 hertz. I wonder if we can find out what a Sony Ac-122 is. See if we can find that out. Okay, I've got some pictures of a Sony Ac-122. Okay, that didn't work out very well. It's not giving me a picture of the back of it. Yeah, 600 milliamps. There we go. Ac-122. Yeah, 600 milliamps, look. So potentially that power supply is actually... No, that's not going to do it, is it? So yeah, 600 milliamps, 4.5 volts, 6 volts or 12 volts. Oh, it's a multiple adapter, is it? Oh, I see, right, yeah, okay. That's actually quite useful. So this supply would run the 2001D. It would also run the SW77, because that needs a 6 volt supply, whereas the 2001D is 4.5 volts. So that would run both radios, one of those. That's useful, but then you might come unstuck if you suddenly think, I'm going to stick it in the, I mean, especially it's got 12 volts on it as well. But that's an interesting adapter. I've never seen one of those before. Anyway, so I think we've digressed enough, haven't we? I think we've digressed enough. Yes, it is the AC wattage. So, yeah, 600 milliamps is the power supply that comes with it, and that's only 300 milliamps. I've got to plug it in now, am I really? Oh no, I'm going to have to plug it into my bench supply just to see what sort of current it's drawing. I can't resist. Because it might be that one of the problems for the chap is that he's got an inadequate power supply. So let's pop my bench supply back to 4.5 volts. I've got this lovely new lead that I've made up. So it needs to be center pin negative, so I need to swap those around. So it's center pin negative. Pop the current up, voltage 4.5 volts. So let's have a look. A variable dummy load. Dummy load is very useful for speaker especially. So it should be center pin negative. Come on. 4.5 volts. Right, I was going to plug this in. Centre pin negative. So how are we going to do this? We need to have a look at my meter, really, don't we? Let's stick that one down there then. Get rid of me for a minute. So I'll go up to the bench supply, which is absolutely in the middle of a load of wiring at the moment, and heat shrink sleeving and all sorts of stuff. So I've got it connected to the left hand side of my power supply. That's a bit better. So set at 4.5 volts, let's pop it on. So it's drawing.
Caught in a love triangle, a heartbreaking moment. Friendship wins out. This piece may have fallen 5 places in this year's countdown, but it's still a winner in so many people's eyes. The composer was around 24 when he wrote the piece, so by no means his most mature work, but still so loved today. So let's hear your number 96 in this year's Classic FM Hall of Fame. Bizet, the Pearl Fishers on Classic FM, the duet.
Right, I think we can tell from that the power supply is not any good. So that's going to be a lot of the chap's issue straight away, is the power supply is not right for it. So he needs to get himself a different power supply. So yeah, interesting stuff. So I've already, I'm going to start working on this quite yet. I was going to make a start on that in the week, but yeah, power supply is no good. I suppose it would be okay. It would be okay on minimum volume. Right, okay, let's crack on. Let's crack on. Let's crack on because we've got another radio from Geoff to look at. Another box. Wow, I said there was more. Oh wow, we have another beauty. Another VHF Herald. This is an RP37 now, not a 37A, so interesting. Steeple tone. Unfortunately not, Sean. So this is a 37, not a 37A. So this is one of the earlier ones. Again, we've got an unusual button on the top, but it's strange because that looks like it's got the swivel joint on it. So that looks like the right aerial, but with the wrong button on top. I don't know. I don't think I've got a 37. I've got plenty of 37As, but I don't think I've got a 37. But I don't think that's the original top. But it looks okay. So this one's looking a little bit worse for wear in some ways. We've got no chrome end caps, no Rexine in the handle. These are a pain. You cannot get hold of them. it's not something you could, pardon me, you could print, I suppose, a 3D printed piece that would slide over and look like the cover, maybe. Maybe that could be printed and then sprayed silver. Would do. So that's one thing. The other thing is, holy, no rear grille. No rear grille, but again, not the end of the world. Got a little bit of a nick on the wreck scene. Again, you can see this padding is totally gone, as is the case with all of these hackers, to be fair, unless they've been repadded, which I've never seen one apart from the ones I've done come up for sale. Okay, now this is interesting. Now people do rate these speakers. I think they even get a better name than the Elacs and the Celestians. This is a Goodman's speaker. So yeah, we've still got lock fits in here, but now we've got this slightly different module. I think, is this a Gawler? I can't remember what the VHF tuner is on these now, who it's manufactured by. But just a slightly different manufacturer of the FM tuner. I don't think it's really detracts from the radio's sound quality, but we have got a Goodman speaker now. Amplifier exactly the same, FM strip exactly the same, IF strip that is. So potentially we could be in business. That aerial is very unusual. I don't know what's going on with that. That might be the original aerial for this one, I'm not sure. As I say, I don't think I've got a 37. So you think Goodman's is the best? Yours are both 37As, Mike? Yeah, the Goodmans do seem to get rated better. I'm trying to think of the radio where they... I'm pretty sure it is in these RP37s that they do compare the speakers, and they do reckon that the Goodman's one, I think, is supposed to be a better speaker. This has got a fair bit going for it. The hinge is really good condition. Definitely restorable. Definitely restorable. That aerial does look original, although the top piece, as I say, doesn't look like a Hacker top cap. Let me just get you in a bit closer on that so I can show you what I mean. So that's the top cap on it. I've taken the other radio back downstairs now, so I can't show you a comparison. I've not got another VHF Herald to hand. But yeah, that just doesn't look quite right, that, does it? But it is well attached there, and the aerial does fit the radio perfectly. Because the other thing is the base of the aerial. So I mean, it does look factory, but it's got this sort of like copper piece that it's attached to. Normally there's just like a 90-degree sort of serrated washer that comes and attaches. But this has got this upstand on it, which I'm not sure. I don't know. I shall have to see if I can find another RP37 and compare it. So what do we think then? Is this one going to work? What do we think? Is this going to work or not? Let's get our speaker leads connected. Our speaker leads? Where's the goat? We haven't had a goat today, have we? Where have they gone? Oh, it's Easter, isn't it? They've probably gone on holiday somewhere. Oh no, there he is. There he is. He'd gone on his Easter holidays, but yeah, he's come stayed home here. Right, let's connect this up then. Right, something unusual going on there in that the actual on-off volume pot is nowhere near aligned. So that line should be over here somewhere at sort of this angle. So it looks like this one's had a new pot and it hasn't been put in straight. No, definitely hasn't been put in straight. In fact, yeah, see, I'm turning it by hand, so it's not even in the hole properly. Okay, so that's easy enough to sort out. Fire in the hole then. Will she or won't she? It's a hacker. It's a VHF Herald. It should work very well and sound extremely nice. It will work. Non-worker. So let's get the bass and the treble to halfway position. We'll push the AFC on. We'll set it up the top here near what should be classic FM there. And here we go then. Okay.
Gorgeous music, whether you're travelling through this Easter break or perhaps already enjoying.
That doesn't sound very nice.
Family, wherever you are, or just the music and a bit of time to yourself this Easter. We head to number 94 now in the top 300, as voted for by listeners to Classic FM. It comes from Bach. This year it's a fall of 20 places, but my goodness, still an incredible work.
Did you have until you're staring?
That sounds right, but that speech didn't sound very good, did it?
Broadcast in June last year. Here's the writer Damien Barr with episode 2 of Guidebooks.
Doesn't sound very good.
Everybody's got that one book that they love to recommend.
It's going to be caps in the amplifier without a doubt.
And this series is about finding those books that have guided them, challenged them, inspired, and that I hope might be useful for you too. Today we're talking about grief.
The bass response isn't there either, really. So
it's always been with us and will always be with us. But it seems to me that we've been experiencing it collectively and individually in new ways this past.
So that's more than likely is going to be the caps in the amp. Have I got another amp I could just pop in here? What have I got here? That's that one. No, that's both those types of amps. That's one from Hunter. What's that one there? Is that one? Okay, I've got another amp there I can try. I don't know what the condition of this one is, but we've got another A205 amp, so let's try that one. Just see if that improves matters. Oops, steady. This amp is of the same era, same capacitor, has not been recapped. Just needs a bit of plastic or something for that to sit on so it doesn't short out on anything. Let's try that with a different amp.
It was
wasn't possible to have big funerals. It wasn't possible to do all those things that we might normally do.
It's
and
got,
it wasn't
still the same.
Lots of people to support them either, because they weren't allowed to. And what I think I lost and therefore gained in the past year was any sense that I needed to be with loads of people at any time in my life ever. I have struggled with the most appalling social...
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether it could be the speaker. I mean, I haven't got a good amp to try in it. I haven't got an RP25 amp here that I've restored. So it's difficult to say because both of those amps have probably got, they've got virtually identical capacitors. But it does work. It does work. It doesn't sound as good as the other one. The other one sounded absolutely awesome. So either we've got a problem with the caps in the amp board or the speaker. I think it's caps, to be fair, in that one. So I'm going to go with that one as being in need of a recap. How are we doing? 4:30. We've got a bit of time left yet. I don't know if you agree with that. But this is basically pretty much the same caps. There's a couple different ones. This one's slightly different. I don't know what manufacturer that one is. 6742s, 1967. Week 42 maybe. But all of these amp boards differ. They've used different components. I mean, this one's got different resistors in it, different capacitors. There's lots of different things in this one compared to this one. So, yeah. You've also got lock fits in there, so they can be noisy as well. Speaker rubbing? I don't think it's rubbing, you know. I don't think it's rubbing. Sounds like one of the £10 Chinese radios you get down the market. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to do that. I don't think the speaker's rubbing. Let's just give it a little. It might be. Difficult to tell, really. Speaker might be rubbing. Certainly sounds like it, pushing it from the back. What's Sean on about here? He's lost me here a minute. What's he going on about? Yeah, I mean, if it's a speaker, we can always wet it and shim it, can't we? We can always isopropyl it and shim it up, shimmy, let it dry, and hopefully that will cure it. So I would say that's the amp board. Let's hope so anyway. Shall we get another one? Rob, you're starting to hear no's in your radio. I should have stuck with Celestion. This is the earlier set, don't forget, Mike. That was the RP37. So I think they moved from Goodman's to Celestion, probably because of cost, I expect. I don't know whether the Goodman's ones were more expensive. I think they were both British companies, weren't they? Let's go get another one, shall we? Let's go and get another one. Ooh. Let's go get another one. Well, so no, this isn't the same. Okay, and now I thought this was the same, but it's not. It's not. Okay. I thought we had yet another one, but there is another box down there with about 4 in it, so we've still got about another 4 to go after this one. Oh, I've got to stop walking up and down the stairs. Where's that son of mine? He should be doing the running for me, shouldn't he? You know, he cost me a fortune over the years. It's payback time. Do some running for father. He's gone out with Mrs. Cruncher to walk the dogs. Okay. Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah, interestingly nice. Shall we go in close? You've probably already seen it now, haven't you? What do you think? What is it? What is it? George, what are you on now? Welcome, George. He's starting to ear, nose and throat ache. So it's obviously another hacker. But which one? Andy Beck. Hello, Andy. You are right there, George. No, Andrew Alsfa, and welcome, mate. It's not an RP18. Yeah, I'm good, Andy. Thanks. So I thought I was in the camera there, but I'm not there. I am now. I'm good, Andy. Thanks, mate. Hope you're all right. It is an RP25, but which one? Because there's 3 RP25s, isn't there? If not, well, there's 4 actually, but there's one I've never seen in my life, which is the export version, but this is not the export version. RP 24.9999999. So it's not the RP25. Mini Harold could be Sean, you're getting close. RP25A, no, it's not an RP25A. Yes, Mike. RP25B. This is the only the second RP25B that I've seen, actually. It is an RP25B. So let's just get in. So RP25B. What's the difference? What is the difference? There is differences. Obviously the B was the last off the production line, but one thing the B has got that none of the others have got is that. An external power supply center pin negative 18 volts power socket with a VP408. This one's looking, so again we've lost a chrome end on that one, unfortunately. We've got one there. So we're missing one chrome end, which is a pain. The grill is there, although it's broken, but it's better to be there and broken than not there at all. So unfortunately, the aerial was had it. Basically, the aerial is toast. So power socket on the side is one thing. The other thing is these have got ICs in it. Oh, hang on. What have we got here? We've got a note on here from HM Revenue and Customs. Look, have sent us a note. It's normally not nice when you get letters from these people. But no, it only goes up to 101, Rob, so it does about 102. Yeah, so this is the one with the IC in it. So we've got a note here. It sounds like looks like spigot, gram or HF socket, cleaned top, bit crunchy volume pot. Okay, so bit of a crunchy volume pot, and yeah, sure enough, these later ones had an IC in them. You can just about see it in there. If I zoom in for you. Let's see if we can zoom in. So there we are. That's in the FMIF, and it's a TAA 920. It says TFK. I think that's Telefunken, isn't it? TFK. TA 920 IC. And we've got a very swish looking speaker in this one as well. It's got like a black surround, Celestian, that 15 ohm speaker, but black surround and a silver magnet cover. Interesting. I've only got one other 25B, and that's the white one. We've also got the elusive jack plug, which is a slightly different size. That one's very, very tarnished. I think they're silver plated, but that one is black. But he is there, still stuck onto the aerial, look. So it's a shame to lose the aerial, but it's going to have a Chinesium one in there. But yeah, that looks really smart, that speaker. It just gives it like an air of quality, really, doesn't it? And this pot is different as well. Slightly different skeleton pot on that one. And RV3 has got a thumb wheel on it. So yeah, there is some differences. Yeah, there are some differences down on the amplifier board as well. Look. So if you look at that other amplifier I had, if you look at the pot on that one, that's pretty much what they all come as, but obviously later production they've gone to this one. It looks like it's got a bigger track on it, actually. If you look at the back of this one, it looks to have a bigger travel on it, and this one's got a thumb wheel on it, which this one here is just a normal type, but the one in behind there, can you see it? It's just got a thumb wheel on it as well. There is some corrosion around this transistor in the back. Can you see that brown and white in behind there? That doesn't look good. Just in here. See that? That doesn't look too healthy. But yeah, some subtle differences there. Obviously got all Philips caps now, none of these blue Dali things, or Erie these are, the blue ones. They're Erie. So this has got all the blue Philips in this one. We've also got a T2 driver there in the centre instead of the glass encapsulated one on this. So yeah, some subtle differences. What else is different on it? So we are short of some transistors on the IF board because they've gone to the IF chip. There's still a couple lock fits on there though, so we're still in lock fit land at this stage. Yeah, interesting radio though. You can see on the side here the power socket. These do get quite tarnished. You can see the contact in there. That does get quite tarnished, so sometimes plugging something in there and unplugging it can kill the radio dead because it's not making good contact. So I just want a bit of switch cleaner in that. But yeah, all good. Right, let's get some power on it, shall we? Let's hook her up and see what's what. I'll zoom you out a bit. You weren't expecting the chip to be faulty, Mike? You had one with a faulty chip? Not that late, but much less common than the A version. You've at least 2 B models in white as well as a red one. You have to have a look at the serial number then, George. Let's have a look at the serial number of this one. So for the record, this is 88954. If you can see that or not. Let's just zoom in on that. So 88954. Let's just have a quick look what my white one is. I've got the B here. Yeah, is that the B? Oh, I've got 2 Bs. Oh, okay. So one is 90948, so very close to the other one. And this was 87624, so they're all around the 90,000 mark. Okay. Shame we haven't got the aerial though, but it's not a problem. Let's hook her up and see what happens. Thanks, Roy Nelson, for subscribing. Well done, Roy. Thank you. Let's get some power on her and see what happens then. Well, we can plug it in. Let's just connect it up to the battery tags for now. So, go black and red. So we're in the off position. Let's get the aerial up. Pop the interstation muting off for now. VHF. Let's go with 100, which should be classic FM here, roughly. Fire in the hole. Will she or won't she? No, she won't. All right, let's make sure our leads are on properly. Okay. We have nothing. I wonder if it's the power switch then. Center pin negative, 18 volts. Let's try it in the power socket in the side. Disconnect that. No. She's dead, Jim. We've got a dodgy switch on that one, I think. Let's have a look. Let's have a little look-see. So let me think, can I hotwire this? Can I hotwire this? I think I can. Let me just see where the earth is on the amp. See if that's got decent earth on it. So let's have a look. Between there and there, have we got decent earth? Yeah, we have. Okay. Let's have another, just check that this does go directly to the power switch. So I'm just looking on the amplifier. You've got this 5-way plug, and you've got positive and negative on that plug. So if I go to the power switch up here, I can't quite see. Let me have a look. I can't see inside it. Yeah, so that power switch, the output is connected directly to the pink wire, I believe. Let's just double check. 30 ohms, not great connection, but it is there. So if I connect a lead to there and the ground is there, I should be able to get it to go. Let's just pop this on continuity then, and I'll just switch the switch, and we'll see if it is actually switching. So where are we? I'll tell you what, I can't even see with those on today. My eyes are going. So that's got to be the input. Oh, steady. What's going on there then? Let's try the other switch. That one's switching off. There's two switches on these, there's one either side, so if one switch fails, you can swap the contacts over onto the other one. I can't really see in here very well without taking it out of the chassis as to what I'm actually connecting onto. According to that, it is switching. Interesting. With this power switch here. So I mean, it could be this this connector tarnished here. You do get faulty on-off switches, yeah. So I'm just wondering if I can just pop these two connectors out and try them a minute to just take a picture as to which position they're in. If I can find my phone, I don't know what I've done with my phone. God knows where that's gone to. Is it pretty obvious down there? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, okay, I can see it's red there. So what I'll do is I'll just pop these two connectors out just to isolate this side of it and this. So I just need to get a little screwdriver. Just bend the tab back, hopefully. So that one, and that one. Ugh. Go on, no. So I'm going to connect my wires directly onto these connectors, which is connected directly to the switch. If you see what I mean. Let me get you in a bit closer, I'll show you what I'm doing here. Let's say you don't get this problem with the older ones, it's just these newer ones with the socket in them. So all I've done is taken this plastic piece off, just expose the two wires and connect my leads from my power supply directly to those. So they shouldn't short to anything. So that's bypassed all of this lot now and the switch on the side. So let's try it again. Still nothing. Okay. So let's have a think. I need to connect that directly to there. Let's just pop the power supply off. I don't want to short anything out here. Power supply back on again. So now drawing current, but I can't hear anything. Well, we're not now because my leads just popped off. We're drawing 30 milliamps, so something's working somewhere. Let's just pop that off again a sec. Let's get my signal tracer out. Let's see if we've got a problem with this amplifier then. This is a bit of a mystery so far. We like a good mystery. Let's pop it back on. Let's have a look at the input, which is there.
Man who's in his 60s remains in police custody. Police are appealing for information after the death of a man who was found in a van on the M11 needing hospital treatment. Essex police attended the scene between Redbridge Roundabout and Moulton on Monday night. Nicola Sturgeon has been reported to police after apparently breaching her...
So we've got a dodgy on-off switch, and we've also got a problem on the amplifier. So we can try this amplifier because we know this works, although it's distorted, and see what's happened. Mrs. Radiocruncher, can you have Wi-Fi back? Whoa, you've got BT Wi-Fi. You've just not got Devolo, Mrs. Cruncher. Hi, Mrs. Cruncher. Does it have a protection diode in it? No, it doesn't, I don't think, Doug. Well, I'm still the correct way round, but no, I don't think so. Mrs. Cruncher wants Wi-Fi back. Should we let Mrs. Cruncher... Can I get to Wi-Fi? I can't get to Wi-Fi for a minute. Just reboot. She wants some... Should we let her Wi-Fi? We'll sort you out some Wi-Fi in a minute, Mrs. Cruncher. So we've got a knackered switch, but there is a second switch on them that we can use. And we have an issue with the amplifier. So let's pop this amplifier in. Unless I suppose my my clip lead was put in the signal to ground. I can't connect on very well with that. Let's put a different lead on there. Be careful with this one because it's also insulated. Right. Strange. What is going on here? Wow. That is definitely HT. Well, I mean that amplifier did work in the other set, but it's not working in this one. Well, it is working, but it's very, very quiet. How did you get BT Wi-Fi? You're not a tech person. Headphone socket, NK, you could be right. It could be right. It could be the headphone socket. It could be the headphone socket. And again, we've got the original plug on there. We can't get into the headphone socket. We can give it a squirt and work it in and out. We have got the original old hacker plug on there, look. Very crusty, but it is the original plug. Let's plug in Mrs. Cruncher's Wi-Fi for a minute. Hopefully it doesn't slow the stream down, but we'll try it. We'll try and get Mrs. Cruncher back up online. Dear, oh dear. Wow. That wasn't easy to do. Hurt my shoulder a little bit there, but good, we're good, we're in. So she got her Wi-Fi plugged back in. Pardon? What's she saying? I've just turned it back on.
I'm connected to BT.
I've just turned it back on. She's managed to connect to BT. So just giving that a bit of a clean up. Let's just give the, it could be the gram input as well on these, couldn't it? Of course it could. Because the gram input's a real pain in the backside in these. So just give them a squirt, and I'm just working the This is a much easier fit than the modern headphone sockets. So let's see if that's any different. So let's connect back up to there. Power on. No. Headphone. We're drawing 30 milliamps. Let's just get a set of headphones a minute and plug in there. See if I've got any volume coming out of those at all. Nope. So it's not, I don't think it's the sockets, but it could be. Okay, I think it could well be the sockets. Let's because I have actually got that working now. I think we could well be looking at the sockets. We're going to need to pop it out of the case to get to the sockets because they're right in behind. They're at the top here. And very often it's a gram input on these, so it's easy enough to bridge them out. So let's pop it out of the case and we'll bridge it out. We'll do a bridger on it. We'll do a bridger on it. See if we can get the this one doesn't. Normally these clips come off easy, but this one's plain hard to get. Very hard to get actually. Why isn't that coming off then? Normally they just slide off easily, but this one's don't want to damage it in any way because these, as I say, are very hard to come by. Let's just give it a little tappy tap. Danish, how you doing? Dead headphone, main speaker. Short it out. Yeah, I'm going to do that, Mike. We're going to swap it out. How are you, Danish native? Welcome, mate. She said I have done it. There we go. It's moving. Well, that's the reason that one's not been lost, because it was really quite stiff. That's got something been spilt down that. I dread to think what it is, but yeah, something's been spilled down that one. Oh well. No, maybe someone's glued that on. Yeah, I think it's been glued on. Stop it coming off. Right, let's get this one out of the chassis a minute and let's have a look. Let's have a little look here. So the switches in these, I took one of these apart the other day. I've actually got a picture of the switch contacts on one of these, so I'll pop that up in a minute just to show you what the insides look like. So I took the switch apart on the Roberts R600, and they're pretty much the same switching assembly. Not great, to be honest, quite flimsy. I think they're the same switch anyway. So I've just taken the screws out there. There's two other screws in here. Both flatheads. I've actually got washers on these. Turn my signal tracer off. Paraxum. Oh, Param DXer. Welcome, mate, from Malta. Welcome from Malta. Right, so say we've certainly got a broken on-off switch on one side, although the other side is working, but we have an issue potentially with the gram socket and headphone socket. Is this going to come out without a fight, or is it going to fight me all the way? It's going to fight me all the way. Okay. So this one will make a nice restoration, actually. 25B. As I say, I've not got one in black. I've only got the two white ones. So here we are, one chassis, and on this side is the culprits. Now we've got the gram input and we've got the tape recorder, and over here we've got the headphones and external aerial. So I've Got to think which ones are connected. So let's have a look at these should be straight through. That one is, and that one should be straight through as well. That one's open. I'm pretty sure that one. Where's my eyes gone again? Graham is the culprit. Sean's off. Catch you later, Sean. Cheers for popping in, mate. Good to see you. Graham is the culprit. Well, I'm trying to think here because I'm pretty sure the signal comes in there and it goes through. No, the Graham socket is okay, Mike. We've got continuity through it. That one just, there's no switch in that. It just picks up, you know, the output, the tape recording output one is fine. That's just picking up. There's no switch in that one as such. But there is a switch in the Graham, and that one does appear to have continuity. If I just go across it with the multimeter, you'll see that I've got it on continuity, but you should see the reading on it as well. So 0.8. Now this one, as I say, is connected to there, but the other one is the headphone socket, which is over this side. So let's have a look if we've got any continuity here. Nothing there. So it looks like, if I just can get my probes in here. Yeah, headphone socket is open. You little monster. So yeah, we've got an open headphone socket on this one. The headphone socket being the other side of the radio. Very common problem on all of these type of radios. Hackers, Roberts. There's the headphone socket. Now I can't remember which one's which on these, but two of these should be continuity, and I think it's the yellow and the orange should have continuity. Nothing. So if we wiggle them about a bit, no, blue. Nothing. I think it's the yellow and orange that have got the continuity. It should have continuity. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, so I'm going to try both. Let's connect up to something. What did that speaker, what was that, 15 ohm? Did I see 15 ohm on that? 15 ohm. Simon! Afternoon, mate, how are you? Mr. Spires? This is where I need a 15 ohm speaker handy, really. I don't think that's 15. How many ohms is that? Just for testing purposes, I think that's about 5 ohms. Yeah, not sure. This one. What's that one? No, 3 ohms. Oh well, just have to hook it up to this. I'm wasting valuable time. Okay, let's throw that one down. Problem is I haven't got enough room on the bench here. This is the problem. I'm very much running out of space. So once again, I'm going to have a tidy up. We don't need that amp. I don't know that that amp is very well actually, so I'm going to use this amp here because we've got a lot of I don't know whether it's arcing or just corrosion on that amp, but we know this amp does work because I tried it in a radio just now. It was a bit muffly, but it did work. So not that. Let's connect. It's getting rather complex really, just for trying to get a radio hooked up, but you know, it is what it is. So I can use that as my power, although that switch is knackered, isn't it? So I'm going to have to power up via that. So I'm talking to myself, don't worry about that. Happens all the time. Actually, I think that was the top one. I have to make sure that those don't short to anything, because we don't want to lose our output transistors. That's connected, so let's use I'm going to bypass the switch again. It's going to go straight to the amp with the positive. Stick that on a bag so nothing shorts out. Straight into the positive there. And I'm going to put our negative. We'll use the negative on here, shall we? Okay, well, we're drawing current. Right, now I haven't really planned this out very well, have I? Because I need to get around the other way so as I can short out the headphone socket. So let's twist everything around this way. So let's see how precarious that is. Okay. Right. So we need to short this out. Oh, God, that made me jump. Yeah, so you can see I'm just moving it and it's working there. Right, which one to short? This is the next thing. Let's turn on current limit as low as I can get it. I think it's those two that got to be shorted. I can't get in here. Hurt my hand as well. Let's put the power off a second. This is all getting a bit up in the air, isn't it? I literally can't even see it in that angle. Right, okay, let's have a look. That should be okay there. Right, let's try again. Let me get the camera focused for you. So we are down here. So which is which? Which one do we need to short? This is the thing. I think it's the yellow. I think it's these two. Don't want to short it to there, or is it these two? No, I think it is these two, but I can't. Oh, I think that's working now, look.
We're on the beach, atoll protected. See terms and conditions, outbound only, subject to availability. It's the big weekend in the Easter sale at Oak Furnitureland. So not only will you save on every range, lots of our products are now at their lowest price.
I think it's
ever.
these two.
There's no need to hunt for bigger savings. Find beautiful furniture for all around your home, like a comfy sofa or the perfect bed. Exclusive designs, real wood, inside and out, and fast delivery with even more savings. That's the real difference. The big weekend at Oak Furnitureland ends Monday.
Whoa, we're working.
That's the soothing sound of a barbershop quartet that have found the better way to buy a quality car from Kazoo. All Kazoo cars pass a thorough 300-point inspection, come with a 90-day warranty, roadside...
Yeah, they are pretty rubbish, Mike. You are dead right. I can't remember. It's those two that have got to be shorted.
Can you buy a quality car that's guaranteed to leave you happy?
The problem is I've moved the wire now and it's stopped the short.
With the epic
So.
Samsung Galaxy S22 featuring revolutionary nightography and AI-enhanced cameras.
So there you are. I mean, it took a bit of getting to, but basically that switch has got to come apart with the socket.
Together we can.
CPI plus 3.9% annual increase.
Let me just try then. I mean, that may have been the issue all along, I suppose, mightn't it? So let's have a check of that switch again. I'm pretty sure that switch is knackered, though. The main on-off switch, that is. So let's go back to there again. Power on. No. No, that switch is definitely gone. The on-off switch. But as I say, there is a second set of contacts that you can use and just swap it over. But it's pretty easy to get them apart, although it's easier to just swap the wires over, I suppose. So if I just... Oh, no, that's different as well. Look, they've got a nut and a bolt on that now. Usually it's a screw. Let's see if I can get you in on the switch there a second. So we are now up here and down in there. You can't really see much in there. It's just so cramped, but I tilt it up at sort of that angle. You can see the switch is just above the, if I get rid of me, switch is the black piece there, that in behind. And you can see a spare contact there. It's just on the bottom of the potentiometer. Let's get the light over that way a bit better. So yeah, can you see the two switch terminals that are free on that one? So they are switching, but the back ones aren't for some reason. I mean, this metal can's in the way, but you can see it's just in behind here, look. Graham is me da. Graham socket gives trouble too. Yeah, you're right, Mike. They've really got to come out and both be cleaned. The Graham socket is quite good for putting an input into the radio. The black antenna wire looks broken off. Got lots of sort of dog hairs or something. The black antenna wire looks broken off. Where do you mean, Doug? Are you seeing something that I'm not here? In this shot here, if you mean this wire, this is ground wires. They're connected to this screw on the chassis. They are connected, if that's what you mean. The other black wire's down here, and that's off of the main switch. That is connected in. The bottom of the whip. Oh, I see what you're saying. The bottom of the whip. Thank you, Mike. Cheers, Mike. Mrs. Demon's doing a bit of rat juggling. Rat juggling? Sounds interesting, Mike. So there you are. That's the antenna connection there, Doug. That's fine. We've got a red and a green connected to that. Both seem to be okay. If you mean this whip here, all three wires are connected there, all right. No, can't see that, Doug. So yeah, we've actually got that one singing. One last go would be to pop it on its own amplifier, just to see if that amplifier now works, now that we've sorted the headphone socket. If the headphone socket doesn't play up anymore. So let's try its own amplifier back in. Well, it's not going to fit now, is it? Okay, and we need to connect our clip lead back to the HT there. Don't want to connect our inputs to live, so
Never too old, never too old, never too young. You hunt those eggs down. Oh, Jojo, we played Jojo before that. Me and my boyfriend, only 6 months deep into a relationship, belted this out in the car.
That amp is very
when we
nice.
first started seeing each other.
Cheers,
so
Mike.
Much so that for Valentine's, he's a...
Presented and produced in Salford by Matt O'Donoghue. We'll profile Marine Le Pen in a moment. First, The Untold returns tomorrow morning.
On BBC Radio 4.
I feel as though there's been a shift in like the way South Asian culture will perceive their daughters nowadays.
The Untold.
So they don't want you to be a lawyer, but if you're an engineer or a doctor, that's fine.
Uncovering the stories from around us.
Sounds amazing.
Lives and communities at points of change.
About 4 hours.
Classics
with Ricky Wilson.
tonight from 9 on BBC Radio 2, or listen to the whole series now on BBC Sounds.
Sounds brilliant.
Inviting TV crews into her home to meet her moggies.
It's true that I stop everything when there's a birth, because the cats need me.
The cats have become the centrepiece.
The amplifier does sound very nice, actually.
At the moment.
Les Chats Le Pen.
That is absolutely perfect. Chair's going down again. Chair's going down again. Whoa! Mike! How you doing, Mike? Yeah, my chair's knackered. I need a new gas strut for my chair now. Dear, oh dear. Doing an oil change on one of the cars. Catch you later, Danish. Let's try it on medium wave. Yeah, well, as per usual, the noise in here is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Let's see if we can help it along with the long wire a minute. Let's just do a bit of a loop-the-loop around that a few times, maybe. See if we can just couple that into that loop. That's a broadband router. That's what we just plugged back in from Mrs. Cruncher making that noise.
It's done well in the game plan for 53 minutes. But is that surprising? Surprising is this early, John.
Long wave.
Started referring to her and her sisters as the daughters of fascists. Her friends deserted her. After the bomb attack, the family moved into a large manor house on a hill overlooking Paris, which her father had inherited, along with 30 million francs from a wealthy backer of the party. The girl's upbringing, a tad unconventional.
The 3 Le Pen children lived upstairs from their parents in a different flat with a nanny. The parents lived downstairs. And the kids very much grew up on their own, so politics for Marine Le Pen was a way to get back in touch with her dad, in a sense.
When she was 16, her mother packed her bags and left, ran off with another man, her father's biographer. Marine wouldn't see her again for 15 years, felt abandoned by her mother. Her biographer, Jean-Marc Simon, told us in 2011.
It's actually better without the external aerial.
Psychological rupture there. And the second effect is that she becomes much closer to her dad. And the girls say that in the end he was a rock.
At 18, she joined her father's Front National party and, like him, went to study law at university. Lawyer Frédéric Pierre Voss, a friend from back then.
She, of course, was her father's daughter, but it wasn't what interested me in her. She was an extremely funny and girl who loved life and people. She's a bon vivant.
So there we are. There we are. Another worker. All good, Mike. Cheers, Mr. Racing's gone now. You did see that loose black wire. On the terminal of the telescoping whip, there's a black wire that should be soldered to the terminal, I think. Yeah, it's green and green and red on this one. There's definitely no black wire there, unless you're just seeing the edge of a bit of the black tape, maybe, Doug. Not sure. There we are. So I think we can call that one working. It needs the, what does it need? It needs the switch sorting out. Again, it'll be a recap on the amplifier. I mean, do you have to do a recap on it? You probably don't have to do a recap on it, but those capacitors are the same age as the radio, and they're going to be really tired by now. They're way over their expected lifetime, so when you've got a radio in pieces, why not just do it, you know? You could wait till they fail, but then you could find that you've taken out your precious output transistors in the process. So it's just, for what they cost, it's well worth doing them at the same time as you're in restoring a radio. I can't want to get that in, am I, without unplugging that? Always the same, isn't it? Whenever you're trying to do something a bit quicker, it always takes longer, doesn't it? Less haste, more speed, all that sort of thing. Well, there we are. We have a working RP25B anyway. Took a bit of doing, but it's better than stuff that just works, isn't it, really? It's nice to get in the guts of it and have a look. There we go. RP25B. I don't know what date it's from. I don't know if George is going to have a look at his to just see how that compares serial number wise. Let's say 88954. I don't know whether they started back again from 0 with the 25Bs or whether it was a continuation of the 25As. I don't know how many of these radios they made, but this one's really nice. And again, well worth a bit of a restore, I think. How are we doing for time? 5:45. Let's go and get the last box. I've got one box left, assuming you want to carry on, people. Assuming that we're still with me. Theo, you are late. I hope you've got a note, Theo. No worries, mate. Good of you to join us, Theo, to be fair, so. Again, we'll get a little baggie to put all the parts in. Definitely worth a restore, that one. All of these hackers are, to be fair. I mean, it's, the only thing that's going to stop it is damage to the wreck scene, really. And even then, it could recover them at a push, but that's a step too far, really. That would be, what's the word? Beyond economical repair, having to recover one, I think. Unless you could do it very quickly and very cheaply. Right, so that's for that one. Pop those bits in there. That is everything for that, isn't it? Right, let's go and see. Hopefully Geoff is still with us. And oh, there he is. I was just going to say. So there you are, Geoff. That was what was wrong with that one. It was a dodgy headphone socket and a knackered on-off switch. Right, I'll be back. The final frontier. Let's find out what Joe and Mrs. Cruncher have been up to. Oh, a bit of rain. Well, that's put paid to the telescope for this evening. Has someone left some booby traps there on the bottom of the stairs? Alcohol free, is it?
Yeah.
You know.
It's apple juice.
Right, Kat. I've sorted out your Wi-Fi. Sorted out your Wi-Fi. Right, we've got one other box, and this has got this has got 3 radios in it. And I think we've seen them all then. I think that's it. 3 more to go. Oh, there's no room in my room now. No room in the room. No room in the room, but we have got, oh no, 2 radios. 2 radios. Not 3, because one is just a case. By the looks of it, I think, anyway. Yeah, one is a case. Oh, rather nice case as well. But, right. Last two. Whew. I tell you what, I'm knackered going up and down them stairs. Ben, how you doing, mate? Happy Easter to you. Yours is great, Mike. Yeah. The old you've got the Hacker Hunter, haven't you? I still got it in my head that I've got to come and do your amplifier board, Mike, and we need to stretch your oscillator, don't we, for you? See if we can get, is it the voice you were trying to get? I can't remember which station it was now, Mike. There was one that was just out of reach, wasn't it? So what have we got here? We have got another Autocrat and another one with this gold colour grille. So these were available in a black or gold grille, and this one is another gold one. I can remember doing that really rare one for Clive, Superbike Rider. So let's have a look at the Autocrat first, because in behind we've got another Sovereign 2. So let's have a look at the Autocrat. This is number 67. Come in, 67, your time is up. The Bournemouth Bombshell. Ooh. Methinks we've got some issues in here. Right. Ooh. Right, so this is an RP33 Autocrat. Hacker Radio Maidenhead. So it's not a Bournemouth. The later ones were Bournemouth, weren't they? But this one's got issues. Oh yes. Lots of issues here. Right. Long wave, medium wave. It's got an auto button because it can be used in the car. It switches out the internal aerial, and you've got a car aerial in the side and a headphone socket. So auto switches out the ferrite rod, that's all. But this one is a bit poorly. Oh, so this one, I don't know what's happened to this. It almost looks like it's been stored in water. The battery terminals are all corroded out. We've actually got legs corroded away. That T1 has got no leg on it. It's got totally gone. So this one definitely isn't going to work. Because T1 has got just one leg standing on it. All we've got left is the base. Yeah. Have we got an emitter as well, or just the base? No, all we've got left on that one is the base, look. Right. So this one is not going to work. Other things, obviously these have got the AF117s in. You can see one there. Go across, we've also got another one in there lurking. Just see it. And I think there's another one in here. Yeah, there's another two inside this can here. Badly corroded this, so it's either been left out in a shed or yeah, it's either been left out in a shed or the speaker's not crunchy, or it's been somehow immersed in water. But there's no wet on the bottom. Hasn't got a wet bottom. Serial number 16060. T1 is legless. That needs a rebuild of the amplifier board to start with. It's going to need new battery terminals. It's going to need the AF117 zapping or replacing. I think the speaker's okay, and it looks like the case is okay. It's strange it's in this area. I mean, to me that's sort of battery damage. It's that area, because you can see that we've got a lot of damage around this edge. So it's almost like we've had a bit of a traumatic battery incident down in this corner. Okay, so yeah, that's not too healthy, that one. So that's number 67. Come on in, come on down. Oh, we've got a melted grill as well, look. That's melted. It's weird, isn't it? Certainly had a hard life, this one. But the battery acid doesn't appear to have gone down into this wood. It's really nice wood on this one. It's almost rosewood, that, isn't it? It's quite dark. So I think the case finish would come up lovely. I don't know if it's veneered or not. We've got a really heavy scratch in there, but you know, that could well be sorted. Happy Easter egg. Thanks, Mike. 7-3, mate. Catch you hopefully in the week. Hopefully in the week. I've still not connected up yet, Mike. The old the old amateur radio is not connected to power and not connected to an aerial at the moment, Mike. That's why I haven't been on, so apologies, but I will get back on. Top of the fireplace for years. Yeah. Hi, Ganesh. Someone knocked it into the bath. It's got one of these unusual hacker badges on it. They're like plastic. I don't know whether these are like an aftermarket badge that they put on, but I mean it's obviously glued to a back there. It's slipped down, but the padding's gone from the top and the back, assuming it had any. It feels baggy. So a lot of work to get that one going, and we cannot test it today because it needs new parts. And I need to wash my hands after that one, I think, or wipe them off. So unfortunately that one is a project radio for sure, or a spares radio. More of a project than spares. So let's get that one up. This is the last one of today. Let's get something to wipe my hands with, isn't it? I need to get some more of those like builder's wipes, don't I? Are you all still with me? You're not fallen asleep yet, have you? Jennifer, good afternoon. You're no radio expert, but your dad was, and you enjoy watching me do all these investigation repairs. I've got to watch on catch up, but got a bit of time before making the tea. Jennifer, welcome. And I'm sure your dad used to love playing with the old radios. Certainly we all do here. So you're in good company, Jennifer. But, thanks for saying hello as well, because a lot of people do watch in the sidelines and don't pop in and say hello. We're a pretty friendly bunch. And if you're ever stuck with anything, there's always people here that will help you out. So, Yaz, how are you, mate? Right, so we've got another Sovereign 2. This is just an RP20. I say just an RP25. It's an RP25, this one. So this is like the original. This is like the original RP37. It's not the A version, so it will have that aluminium. What am I trying to say? It'll have the aluminium front end in it. We've got decent aerial in this one, which is good. So that aerial could be accosted. I say we've got a decent aerial. Let's have a look. Bit of a bend in him. bit of a bend, but not bad. So yeah, we have got a half decent area there that could go in that 25B. No handle on this one, but I think there was a handle in the box. So I think there might be a handle for this one, but just haven't got it. This is three wave bands, Yaz. FM, long wave and medium wave. We are a knob short. We're knobless. So our on-off knob is missing, but I have got some because I did retrobrite a load of white knobs. So I've got a stash, and yes, the handle is in there. Is the knob in there as well? No. Sadly, the handle's broken. Oh well. The handle is broken, so it needs another handle. So yeah, this would have been one of the knobs. So if you look at the colour of the knobs on this at the moment, that's what comes of leaving them in the sunshine on a windowsill. There's a compound in them. Is it bromide that they used to put in for fire protection? And it just yellows the plastic over time. There's a process called retrobriting where you can stick these in some hydrogen peroxide out in the sunshine or artificial light, and they will come back like new, and that's what I've done to this one. So that has been retrobrited. So in comparison to this one, for example. And I haven't polished these or nothing. That literally is how they've come out. You know, the skirt's still a bit grubby on it. But that is the correct one for this with the blue stripe on it. But yeah, that's what you can achieve by retrobriting. So let's pop that one on the on-off pot. So again, we've got a replacement pot on this one and it's not lined up properly. So you can see it should be over here. It should be over sort of here, this direction. So that should be the off position there, really, somewhere around about there. But it's right the way back here. So you can see someone's put a new pot on it because the original ones are metal and this one's plastic. Thank you, Jennifer, you're welcome. So let's, you can you can really tell the difference, can't you, now I've got that actually on. So let's have a look inside, because I've not seen inside of this one. It could be the same issue. So we've got everything bar handle on this one so far. Front grille looks pretty good. Little bit of bowing in it, but no big dinks. And we've got the grille on the back. So far, looking pretty good, apart from the handle's going to be the stumbling block, because you can't get another handle unless you rob it off another radio. And oh, this one's not looking... Oh, hello. Okay. Look what we've got in here. We've got the knob. And it's broken off skirt. These can be fixed. I've done one of these recently and you literally could not tell that I'd fixed it. I basically put little pins in these, bent them down and epoxied them. You couldn't see it that it had been done. So there we are. We've got the original one, a bit beat up, but it is there. Now we've got water damage in this one as well. Look, I'm sure you can see it down here. or is it battery damage? This, oh, it's real crispy. It's crispy, this one. It could be battery damage because it is all in that area. So the amplifier looks okay on this one. You can see we've got a missing terminal on the battery. There's a big puddle of rust there, but that could be battery acid because we've also got quite a badly corroded hinge in this corner. So I would say that one's a battery damage jobby. But oh, it's also one of the originals with the AF-117s in it as well. So there's not much hope. There's not much hope, but we're going to try it. We are going to try it. Our last radio for today. So if you have a look inside there, and if you can see it, if I can get the light right. Oh, stretch the light down. Okay, just trying to see if I can get the light at the right angle. So in there we've got an AF-117. You just see him peeping in there. And you can also see one peeping just at the top of this can. You can't really see it. Just over the top of there, he's peeping through. So we've got AF-117s in this. There'll be 4 of them in there. So yeah, what's the chances? Place your bets, son. Let's let me see if I can hook this thing up. Yeah, I should be able to. Will it or won't it? Place your bets now. Place your bets. 12 to 1 on. Sandra says it's like watching a toothpaste advert. What? 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 What's that, Ben? What's Sandra think about toothpaste adverts and me? How is that connected? It's a duffer. No. Let me crack a can of the old alcohol-free Guinness. Good stuff this is, people. If you're not a drinker and you fancy something resembling a drink, then this is alcohol-free stout. Very nice. 0.0%. Boy. And when it warms up, it's a bit fierce, a bit feisty. Retro bright. Yeah, the knobs before and after, big contrast. Because I'm refreshing to watch. I'm minty fresh. Cartha doesn't think it's going to work. Oh, the knobs, right, I'm with you. Okay, yeah, apologies for that. I got you now. It is phenomenal difference, isn't it? You can tell it there. It's like really standing out. And I did Chris Milky's blue one, didn't I? He bought a blue one like this off of me. Nice, right. So I think a lot are saying no. I'm 50-50 really. So here we go. Fire in the hole, 18 volts. VHF. Would you believe it?
immediately after Sir Andrew Strauss had
I
stepped
can't
in
believe
on
that.
an interim basis. The governing body also say he'll be responsible for the strategy behind the England men's cricket teams, plus the performance pathway. He'll also take on a key role as part of the high performance review, which was put in place following the disappointing performances in both Australia and the West Indies over the winter. One of his first jobs, though, is to name a replacement.
April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land.
See all you doubters.
Mixing memory and desire.
All you doubters.
Stirring dull roots with spring rain.
Yeah, Million Chips. 12 to 1.
Ukrainian forces defending the port of Mariupol are continuing to defy Russian demand.
Well, the dial's about 1 megahertz out, but that's not surprising, is it, really? But there you go. It works. Thanks, Andy B. It will work, sort of. A good ultra bright cleanup, and it's good to go. There you are. That's that'll what are we going to do with that one? It's got the Goodman speaker in it. I don't know if it works on medium wave, long wave. So let's have a look. No, it's probably the switches, that. Excuse me. It's one of those ones that's been left in FM all its life, and
some of the modern players involved in the longest libel trial in English legal history to recount their side of events. On the McDonald side in court was Timothy Atkinson. The two defendants, Dave Morris and Helen Steele, were represented by a young, fast-rising lawyer of the day.
So definitely, I think that's probably the switches.
McDonald's contacted us. They flew over to their border club.
200 miles an hour across full-blown.
What's a song to pick for? Perfect.
Hey, do you know what? A little fact about that song.
There you are, people. Well, good old Hacker shows, doesn't it, that even despite a good old beating and a bit of, you know, misuse, it's still working-ish. I think, as I say, long wave, medium wave. It could be the IF actually. Didn't think of that. That could well be, because I forgot it's got AF117s in. Shall we try that again and give it a whack? Let's give it a whack. Why not? It's the done thing, isn't it? It's the done thing. Let's
You coming through the archway? Yeah. From the main is the west face.
So, as I say, there's no AF117s in the FM section on this. They're all in the AM section. There's one I can see there. That's the AM oscillator. Oh, hello. Yeah, maybe we won't mess with that, because it's the actual can is hanging off there. I don't know if you can see that, but look. The screws come out, broken out of the side by the looks of it. And that is just hanging, so that's come away. So yeah, we probably best turn that off because that needs to come apart to find out what's going on there and to screw that side piece back on. So there'll be no whacking of AF-117s today. So the only one we didn't get going, I think, was the autocrat with the missing transistor. Apart from that, I think we got them all working. Have to lock off your shed, George. You've got 200 sets. Surprisingly, yeah, you are right there, Derek. With all that battery corrosion, you wouldn't have thought it would have worked, but it does. George says could send it to you and you'll fix it and let me polish it. Which one are you going to fix and let me polish, George? That's very kind of you. Tin whiskers. We'll be using a hacker saw. Rip out the AF-177s. Hacker whacker. Blacken the hacker. Just shove silicons in. The hacker stacker. Oh dear. You got a smile. Well, that's pretty much it. I've got my Guinness to drink. Son Joe never joined us, did he? He did not join us. Oh, camera's looks a bit. My camera's a little bit fuzzy. I think I must have knocked the focus on it. So again, we've got to thank GT Geoff really for all those radios. We even got the R600 singing eventually. We got the 2025B working eventually. So yeah, we had a good bit of fun today playing about with stuff. Good bit of fun, that. Thanks, Timothy. No worries, mate. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, catch up with you in the weekend. Definitely don't think my camera is focused there, but it's not focused back here. So I've got to increase the distance on it, am I? Not lower it. So we want to go that way a little bit. That should be better. That's better. Thanks a million, Chip. Again, thanks to everybody for the super chats today. Especially Rob with his €200 Easter present. So thank you, Rob. Thank you very much. Gerard, thanks, mate. Rolf was saying check out the video he sent me. If you've not seen Rolf's channel, he's picked up a load of very strange looking, we think it's sort of radar gear. So if you've not checked out Rolf's channel, have a look. Thanks, Les. Yeah, thank you, Geoff, for sending all of those, mate. Thanks, Derek. You think there was two, Anthony? Or two that we couldn't get going? There might have been. I can't remember now. I think it was only one, but I might be wrong. It might be two that we couldn't get going. Thanks, Robert. So I've got me Patreons up to date now. So again, it was the Patreon money and the super chat money that allowed me to buy the deoxit. I've got a couple other lots of deoxit to get. One is the one with the little spout on it. In fact, both of those. The deoxit F100 and D100 with the little needles. I've got to get myself some of those. Oh, the number of super chats from Robert. Yeah, Robert gave 2 or 3, to be fair, Anthony. It should tell me in Stream Elements, really. I don't know what's going on with Stream Elements today, but it's doing its own thing. Stream Elements, as I say, is what did I call it earlier? Like an assistance thing, isn't it? A virtual assistant it is. It does log things like super chats, tips, new subscribers. So super chats. Yeah, this is good because basically YouTube took all this away. We can't really look at super chats and who sent them anymore, but we can on this. So if I go to my screen, oh, hang on. That's a bit premature then. Let me just restart that. Yeah, so if I go to my screen here, we can look. This is today's super chat. So we can see, like, last week, we got a couple more subscribers last week, and we got Rob saying Happy Easter, and he's got problems with his RP25A. I'm sure I can help him sort that out. Another one from Rob. Anthony R subscribed today. Another one from Rob. So there's 3 from Rob and Mr. Racing Demon, Derek Taffman, Fat Tony, and Rob again. 4 from Rob. Roy Nelson subscribed, and another super chat from Racing Demon Mike. So thank you very much. The channel's doing great. I mean, it's down to you people, really. It's I'm just here for the beer, you know. It's no, I enjoy messing about with these old radios. So thanks, Ben. Get the deoxit extension flexible knobbles. Knobbles? What the hell's going on? This alcohol-free stuff's good, isn't it? Nozzles. Yes, I will, Anthony. I'll see if I can pick up a couple of those. I think it was you, Anthony, wasn't it, that sent me the links to Hot Rocks, which is where I got that from. I should have ordered it all, but I was just a bit scared because when I put all 3 things in my basket, it was like 80 quid. I thought, well, that's a lot of money to spend on deoxit stuff, but I'll end up spending it in the end, probably over a period of time. But the thing is, they charge 4 quid postage every time, so I've sort of dipped out, really. If I bought it all at once, I'd have saved myself postage. So yeah, thanks, Anthony. That's all for today then, people. Hope you've enjoyed that, and I will see you next week, if not before. So, and I've also added my latest subscriber, my latest Patreon to the end credits as well. So thanks again. Catch you in the week. Bye for now.